Will the Senate Committee on Finance come to order? And you can go ahead and call the roll. I'm not sure.
Huffman,
Here.
Hinojosa,
Present.
Alvarado, Bittencourt, Campbell, Flores, Hall, King, Colcourse, Paxton, Perry, Shortner, West, Zaffarini. A quorum is present.
Okay, we do have a quorum. Thank you, members. And I know we have some other members who will be coming in or driving in this morning. The microphone is on and off. Sorry about that. Well, our first hearing, so welcome everyone. And Senator King, welcome to the committee. We're excited to have you here and excited to work with you. I know you're a great addition to our committee, so you're very welcome. All right, we have a full agenda today. We have 4 assigned interim charges. We're going to hear from invited witnesses and from the public. But members, I'd like you to let the invited witnesses complete their testimony, and then you, of course, can ask any questions you want. And for the public, if you want to provide oral testimony, fill out a witness card in its entirety and turn it into the clerk, who's right over here. If you have written testimony, please submit 40 copies with your name on each copy. So today we're going to start out with a little bitty topic, and it's studying data center investment and state fiscal effects. The committee has been directed to evaluate the cost and benefits of the current sales and use tax exemption for data centers and to recommend safeguards ensuring Texas taxpayers receive a clear return on that investment. As we know, Texas has seen a remarkable growth in data centers drawn by our abundant resources, our pro-business climate, our strategic location, and these facilities have brought significant investment, construction, and high-tech infrastructure to communities across the state. Yet, many Texans are growing increasingly concerned about the impact of this rapid expansion. I, too, share these concerns. Constituents across the state worry that unchecked growth is placing unsustainable pressure on our energy and water resources while costing the state hundreds of millions and soon billions in foregone tax revenue. These dollars may otherwise support public ed, property tax relief, public safety, water infrastructure, and other vital priorities of the state. That is why I have publicly committed to filing legislation on this issue during the next legislative session. Texans expect us to protect their hard-earned tax dollars. The sales and use tax exemption was enacted in 2013, well before the explosive growth of cloud computing and artificial intelligence. As a result, its fiscal impact has far exceeded original expectations. As I look back on this and I looked at the votes, I voted for it. I believe most of the people who were in the legislature at the time, it would pass pretty overwhelmingly. But the information we were given, which you'll hear about today, has completely changed. So what we thought we were voting for back in 2013 it's a much different animal these days. So it's time and it's appropriate and necessary actually for the legislature to re-examine whether this exemption still delivers a return that justifies its rapidly mounting foregone tax revenue. No tax exemption should operate on autopilot. Pursuing smart reforms does not mean being unfriendly to business. It means ensuring that our tax policies deliver real value for Texas taxpayers and families while continuing to attract responsible investment. While other Senate committees, Senator Shortner, I know you will examine the water, and Senator Perry, and energy impacts by this issue, I ask the members and witnesses to keep our discussion focused on the sales tax exemption and its fiscal implications. It's a very big topic. A lot of people have opinions, and again, I know Senator Shortner, your committee, will be digging into this. Ultimately, the value of any tax incentive must be measured not only by the investment it attracts, but by its overall effect on Texas taxpayers, our resources, and the state's long-term fiscal health. So I look forward to the discussion, and with that, we'll begin with the invited testimony from the Comptroller's office. So I will call up Brad Reynolds. And let me just announce there is thank you for being here. Hi, Senator Paxton. Overflow room E1016, or anybody would rather go have a seat, they are welcome to do so. E1016. And Mr. Reynolds, you can get started whenever you're ready.
I'm Brad Reynolds with the Revenue Estimating Division at the Comptroller of Public Accounts. I'm going to go through you should have a handout.
Mr. Reynolds, can you speak right into the microphone? Because
Try.
I see it's on. Yes, thank you.
I'm going to go through the handout that you should have received, just page by page. The first page after the title is just has a general definition of a data center, and then also summarizes the definition of data center used in our tax statute in Chapter 151, the sales tax exemption that the chairman just spoke about. Next slide. Types of data centers. Fundamentally, and perhaps oversimplifying, there's two types, two classes. Enterprise data centers, which are owned by one company or leased by one company for their exclusive use. And then the other broad category are co-location or multi-tenant data centers. And in fact, in Texas, we have quite a few more of the multi-tenant data centers than we do the single-user data centers. However, the tax exemption policy applies only to the single-user data centers. So none of the co-location or multi-tenant data centers are receiving a state sales tax exemption. Next slide. Yeah, we have now two sections of Chapter 151 that provide for the sales tax exemption for single-user data centers. The first one was enacted in 2013, House Bill 1223 by Hildebrand, and that's Section 151.359. And the following legislative session in 2015, Section 151.3595 for large qualifying data centers was enacted. And I'll turn to the next page. We've got a side-by-side comparison between the requirements for eligibility under those two exemptions. These are not general sales tax exemptions for data center equipment. They are targeted to only data centers that meet specified capital investment commitments and job creation commitments. And there's also a size. With respect to the regular or the first of the two exemptions enacted, it was required that they have 100,000 square feet of IT space. And in the subsequent, for the large qualifying data centers, 250,000 square feet. That's one of the parameters in the law, the meaning of which has probably changed over time as the efficiency and therefore the amount of compute power that you can get into a particular physical space has improved. For the regular data centers, they're required to have their data center in one single building on one parcel of land. And they have to create 20 qualifying jobs, 20 permanent jobs. There is no requirement of how many jobs are there temporarily during the construction phase. And their minimum capital investment requirement to qualify for that exemption was a commitment to spend $200 million over a period of 3 years. And if they did that, their exemption period would be for a period of 10 years. One of the reasons they want a long-lived exemption is the IT equipment is subject to a lot of technological change and therefore obsolescence. And at the time that this statute was enacted, it was standard to say that they would be refreshing the servers and other IT equipment on roughly a 3-year cycle. Every 3 years, they would go in and replace the IT equipment in these data centers. Nowadays, I think it's more like 4 to 5 years. Now, if they spent $250 million in capital outlays in that 3-year period, they would get a 15-year exemption rather than 10. And then the other significant, I think, thing that distinguishes that exemption from the second one is there is no exemption for local sales tax. So if one of these data centers that qualified was being built in an incorporated area, they would be paying city sales tax on their equipment. Now, with respect to large data centers, the one enacted in 2015, that is not the case. That one of the things that caused potential interest in building the really large data centers at the time is they wanted to be exempt from local tax as well as state. And so the 2015 statute that created the large qualifying data center exemption also exempts them from local sales tax. The large qualifying data centers can be distributed into more than one building, and they can be on more than one parcel of land, but it has to be contiguous land. They cannot be distributed, geographically and just connected via fiber optic or other means of communication. They're subject to a 40 qualifying job, again, 40 permanent job requirement, and a $500 million minimum investment, but that investment had to occur within a span of 5 years rather than 3. And they had to agree to contract for at least 20 megawatt of transmission capacity. That exemption lasts for 20 years. Then a few other aspects of it on the next slide. Those exemptions were written to say if the facility went and had qualified for a Chapter 313 exemption, then it could not get the sales tax exemption. But I believe there was never any data centers getting Chapter 313 property tax abatements. And the exemption period begins on the date that it is certified by the controller, that they come and they apply to the controller and attest that they're going to meet this capital investment requirement and jobs creation requirement. And then the controller will issue a certification to allow them to issue exemption certificates on their purchases. On the next page, we've just listed out the major categories of exempt items, which is your electrical systems, cooling systems, other hardware, distributed mainframe computers and servers, data storage devices, network connectivity equipment, rack cabinet, raised floor system, other components like cabling, software, and mechanical and electrical plumbing systems. That's most of what they're spending on in these. On the next page, there's a few items that the statute said would not be exempt. Your standard office equipment like desks and desktop computers and office supplies, their maintenance and janitorial supplies, and equipment used in transportation or marketing activities. And there is an exclusion from the exemption of tangible personal property incorporated into real improvement. That's a more general provision than the provision that exempts cooling system and raised floor system and other items that really are installed in a way that they become part of a real improvement. Because they're specifically listed as exempt, they are exempt. So what this language in the excluded from exemption part does is some of the building materials in the building's shell would not qualify. And then taxable services performed on exempt tangible personal property are not exempt. So if they have to pay for repair, if there's a repair that would be a taxable service, then that will be taxable. But again, These exclusions from the exemption are a minor part of the total expenditures made at these data centers. On the following page, and now beginning to speak to why the estimated financial implications of this have grown so much. In the first year after enactment of 151.359, the one that I'll call regular data centers, we had 3 data centers seek certification and be granted certification. In 2015, 1 more. In 2016, 2 more, one of which was regular, and the other one was the second of the large. Excuse me, in 2015 there were 2, 1 regular and 1 large. In 2017, only 1 regular, no more added in 2018. So in the very first years after enactment of these provisions, relatively little utilization of the exemption. There just were not that many data centers being built that met the capital requirements enacted at that time. So the estimated cost was pretty low, or estimated amount of revenue that was to be foregone by exemption was relatively low at the start. But beginning in the pandemic, you'll see in 2020, we still only had 1 more added. So through the first years, 2014 through 2020, cumulatively, you only got to 10 data centers with exempt status. But starting in 21, is when our sort of explosive growth in data center development and in the scale of the data centers gets underway. So we had another 7 were added in 2021, bringing the total to 17. In 22, another 16, 23, another 10, 24, another 13, 25, another 23, and year-to-date this fiscal year, we're now at 59 additional certifications. And I can say we also have currently 5 more applications for certification pending. So once they're certified, that'll bring this year's addition to another 64. And the other thing to notice about this progression of utilization is more and more of the data center certifications are for large facilities that are getting the 20-year exemption rather than the 10 or the 15, and that are exempt from local tax. So now we have a total of 138 plus 5 pending. Recently, our audit division has been in the process of doing compliance audits for data centers that had surpassed the initial 5-year period after which the controller can go audit their capital spending to ensure that they did meet the capital spending requirements and audit their job creation. To date, we have a total of 20 such audits that are either in process or already completed. 6 have been found to be in compliance, met both capital and jobs creation requirements. And we had 6 that are non-compliant. One of those 6 is one that came forward and voluntarily asked to have their certification reversed because they lost their, they had made a contract with an electricity supplier via ERCOT, which was canceled. So because they don't have the power they were expecting, they're not going to build out and meet that capital investment requirement. So that's one of the 5. The other 5, I think I was told one of them missed the 100,000 square foot requirement. The others have missed the jobs creation requirement, which just tells you that these are highly capital intensive projects, And to be unable to justify employment of even 20 people on a permanent basis at one of these things tells you how little employment is really stemming from this, at least in terms of direct employment. We'll go to the next page. We've been asked, in our tax exemption studies for years now, we have been reporting the estimate of revenue foregone or value of this sales tax exemption of both the large and the regular together. The reason we do that is because everybody that can qualify for the large data center is doing capital spending and jobs creation at a sufficient level to qualify for the regular exemption. So, for example, if you came in and only repealed 151.3595, everybody that's been able to meet those standards would still be able to be exempt under the first section. That's why we've been just treating those as one item. However, we've been asked, there's increasing interest by many legislators, so we've broken out on this table of the last estimate we published on this topic. We've divided that into an estimate of the amount of revenue foregone on facilities that have been qualifying for large qualifying facilities. And you'll see most of the value is now in the large category. In fact, it's about 4 times as much as what's in the regular. And in that regular category, when we did this estimate in the fall of '24, ahead of the last session, we were already learning that most of the new applications for certification and most announced plans were for large. And so we had actually the estimated implications for the regular declining as the ones that were already in the system with a 10-year exemption would be expiring. We did not know at the time yet that several of those facilities had in fact done capital spending in excess of the $250 million and will get a 15-year exemption rather than 10. So that aspect of this estimate will be revised this next time. I would expect so, given the volume, especially given the volume of on the previous page where was summarized the number of certifications each year, the estimate in the last published edition of our exemption study was prepared in fall of '24, and we, at that time, assumed over the next 6-year period only 12 more data centers coming in for new certifications. We did not foresee the 23 that would come in 25, nor the 59 that have come in this year. So we have vastly, vastly more certified certifications for exemption have been granted since that last estimate was done. So other things equal, I would say that suggests that the next estimate will be significantly higher. I'm sorry I can't give you a new estimate today, but well, one, it needs to await taking office by a new controller to review our work and approve new estimates. And we would be doing new estimates for the next edition of the exemption study. Mm-hmm. We'll be working on that in August, and it'll be subject to executive review in the fall.
Okay.
But yeah, just based on the number of certifications granted in the last 2 years, I would say it's reasonable to expect significantly higher numbers. Following that, let's see, we were asked to just present for your reference the original fiscal notes. And so, yeah, House Bill 1223 in 2013 at the 200 million capital investment requirement level, we estimated only 5.4 million in foregone revenue the first year, growing to 9 and then growing to 11 and so forth. The assumptions behind that estimate were, because we didn't have information to justify assuming significantly more than the minimum capital investment, we assumed it would just be 200 million, of which about 80% would be sales taxable items being exempted by the provision. And we also estimated at the time just a rate of 1 per year. And then, as I said, we actually got 3 the first year and then 2 the second year. So even in the early years, the qualification rate was about twice what this fiscal note had anticipated, about 2 times as many data centers as we thought. The other thing we've now learned from audit work for those that have met the capital spending requirements, I can only speak to this in the aggregate of, we have 9 where they've completed the capital investment verification work. And I can only talk about them in the aggregate because of disclosure issues in our tax law. But of the 9 together, their requirement for capital investment between those that were large and those that were regular was a total of $2.7 billion. What they actually, we now have identified, or our audit division has identified as verified capital investment for purposes of this exemption, exceeds $9.1 billion. So from the very start, the scale of these operations was much larger than we understood at the time that the legislature debated the exemption. In fact, the 9.1 billion number I just referenced is about 3.4 times greater than the capital investment requirement. So that was happening then both because the scale was larger of the ones being built and there were more qualifying than we anticipated. Now, in the fiscal note on the next bill, we had to say no significant fiscal impact for the state because everybody that could qualify there could qualify already under the existing exemption. And so that's what we put on the fiscal note, was no significant impact because they could qualify under the existing exemption.
But clearly that's proven not to be a correct fiscal note, correct?
Well, yeah, I would say the early estimates are significantly too low to begin with because, as I say, the first few years we had about twice as many centers come in than we anticipated, and with spending at a higher level than those minima. Mm-hmm. So they were too low. The estimates early on were too low to begin with, and of course never anticipated the kind of rapid development and in numbers and scale that we see today.
Right.
Following that, we have 2 estimation sample exhibits. We were asked to walk through the method of estimation for this, of how much sales tax revenue is being foregone. As I said, the original fiscal note was based on an assumption that 80% of the minimum capital investment would be the base for your fiscal implication, and then there was an add-on of some additional costs for electricity, which is not part of the capital investment. Nowadays, we've set up a model that's based on cost per megawatt. There's plenty of literature now that discusses these data center development costs in terms of megawatts capacity of IT throughput. A standard enterprise facility might be 25 megawatt. And that means if they're running at full capacity, which of course they're going to try to do, and need to stay on 24/7, they would consume 25 megawatts of power per hour for 24 hours a day for 365 days a year. But there's a lot of literature on the construction cost of data centers today on a per megawatt capacity basis. And the range is typically like 9.5, 10 million up to 13 million for the non-hyperscale and non-AI, more conventional data center. Not that they aren't incredibly sophisticated, but so this example, we've got an $11.3 million construction cost per megawatt, and illustrated a 25 megawatt facility. So that would bring capital expending for construction to $282 million. Right there, you've surpassed the $250 million requirement for the 15-year duration of exemption under the regular. Again, estimates vary, but a number of articles suggest that for these non-AI and non-hyperscale, that the IT equipment, in addition to the initial construction costs, the IT equipment that's going to go into them is going to represent about 70%. I mean, it ranges, of course, 65 to 75 or even 78 I've seen, but this estimate assumes that of the total initial outlay to get up and running, including the initial IT equipment fit out, that your IT equipment will be 70% of that cost, and the initial construction outlay 30% of that cost. We then distribute those expenditures over time, with the construction cost covering a year and a half, 18 months for one of these. So we've got 2/3 of that construction cost hitting in year one, the other third in year two. And then bringing in year two, bringing in 1/3 of the IT equipment as they try to populate that center to get it operational. And then the 2/3 of the IT equipment is there during year three. And then we're starting the electricity exemption, assuming that they do get operational within 18 months of the initial construction. Then we've got electricity cost estimated for a 25 megawatt facility and at 6 cents per kilowatt hour. The latest report from U.S. Energy Information Administration says that in Texas in April, the average cost for industrial users was 6.33 cents per kilowatt. And so we're just using 6 cents here. These are larger customers and can probably negotiate a better rate than the average when they enter the, as you know, in ERCOT, that's a competitive market, and industrial rates are negotiated between consumers and the providers. So we're using 6 cents, again, for this illustrative illustration and how we intend to go forward with our approach to estimating the next edition of the exemption study. And so at that, for this size facility, that takes you to about $13 million a year spent on electricity once they're fully going. Then after year 5, we've got another outlay for IT equipment when they're refreshing the IT equipment. They're replacing the initial build out with newer servers, newer CPUs or newer GPUs. And any newer networking equipment associated with that. So that's why you see some cost out in year 6 and 7. That's our attempt to model a refresh. And below that, I've indicated what percent of those different broad categories of expenditure we have assumed are likely to be sales taxable items. 65% of the construction, because you've got a lot of labor costs that is not subject to sales tax, as well as some building materials and other elements that were not subject to the exemption. For the IT equipment, we're assuming 80%, and 20% might be very specialized contract labor to install it. And the contract for contract labor is not something that's subject to sales tax. And then electricity, 100% of that would be taxable if tax applied. So those are the percentages of the costs we're assuming are for sales taxable items. And then at the bottom, converting those estimates into tax at a rate, at the state rate of 6.25%. So for a facility of this type in year one, during the construction phase, and 7.6 million as in state sales tax foregone. Year two, 15 million, rising to 22.7 million in year three. Then dropping to just your electricity costs in the years that they don't have to replace IT equipment. This is an oversimplified model. I'm sure every year they're making some expenditures on some taxable items to properly maintain the facility. So I do want to admit this is a very simplified approach to estimation. And then out in year 6 and 7, you'll see the annual cost rise again when there's more IT equipment at a significant scale that has to be purchased. Now, following that is an example of a 400 megawatt hyperscale facility, and we now have several underway in Texas that will surpass that. I think there's 2 that have been announced that are going to reach for at least 1 gigawatt. But 400 megawatts is something that is occurring. We're getting data centers of that size already and larger. And there was conveniently some of the literature we found modeled a 400 megawatt facility. So that's gave us a way to do this. That particular article that modeled a 400 megawatt hyperscale facility spoke to 27.5 million in cost per megawatt, but included in that the IT equipment cost. It wasn't just construction, it was also the IT. So we've split that out based on percentages from that article. They had the IT fit out at 64%, and 36% of your initial cost was for construction and site acquisition and permitting costs.
And Mr. Reynolds, in the interest of time, you can just kind of do the bottom line on these. I think the members, if they want to dig into the details, it's laid out pretty well for them.
Okay, yes, this is the same kind of structure of estimation. The bottom line is we've got $107 million in state sales tax estimate foregone for this size facility in the first year, rising to $175 million the next, and then $246 million the third, and then dropping again until they need to replace the IT equipment. But
And so it just keeps growing as they change equipment or
Yes.
or modernize or whatever it is they're going to be doing.
Yes.
Keep up with technology. Okay. All right.
And then the following slide is from the article I just mentioned. I've indicated the source at the bottom if anybody wants to run that down. We were asked to be prepared to respond to how much of or different components of this cost. So this does tell you, if you want to know, the percent of the infrastructure that is different components like cooling and chillers and cable management and fire and security system, et cetera. Now, why do you have the exemption? It's because there are multiple significant factors that the companies have to take into consideration when deciding where to site these facilities. So we've identified land availability and cost, power availability, reliability and cost, network connectivity, natural disaster risk, climate and cooling requirements, access to skilled workforce, and then your regulatory environment and state and local tax rates and tax incentives. All of those things are considered by companies in deciding where to site these facilities. So your sales tax exemption may well be an important factor, and it may be the deciding factor if all the other criteria are met. So there may well be cases where it is the deciding factor, but a lot of times it can't be. Something like land availability and power availability is crucial. We were also asked to speak to tax incentives offered by other states. 38 other states offer some degree of tax exemption for data centers. 36 of them are sales tax exemptions. 2 of them are, or one of the other 2 is only property tax, and one of the others is some kind of credit against their corporate income tax. Of those 36 with the sales tax exemption, only 14 include electricity in their exemption. So the Texas exemption that includes electricity, we're in the minority of states on that aspect. And then 11 of those states also provide by statute some kind of property tax abatement mechanism. And that doesn't, it might be more than 11 if they didn't have to write it into statute. If their local governments already had the ability to do abatements, then that won't show up in that 11. All right, the following slide. This just is a very severe summary of the sales tax incentive provisions in 6 other states besides Texas that are also experiencing really high rate of data center development in the last couple of years, currently and planned. Virginia still leads in the total investment in data centers and total announced plans. Their exemption is 150 million capital investment requirement minimum and 50 permanent jobs, but reduced if you're in a certain
And you don't need to go through all of those
Distress
if
areas.
the members, and it'll be
Yeah, okay.
posted on the website so the public can have access to this.
Right.
Yeah.
And I would just mention that the latter 3 of those 6 have in fact paused their certification of more exemptions. They're not processing any more applications at this time. I can stop there or talk about property tax. I heard you at the start say to confine ourselves to sales tax.
Yeah, we'll leave that. If anyone has any questions,
Okay.
we can ask you about that. Okay, well, thank you. Members, I know that was lengthy, but it's a complex issue. We need to get all the information out here for members and for the public to have a better understanding of the numbers we're looking at. Senator Betancourt, you recognize with your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brad, as usual, we're now awash in detail, so I want to thank you, for that. And thanks for your service, because I'm not sure you'll be here next time we meet. So thank you for all the work that you've done with, well,
That's not very nice.
He apparently does.
Mr. Reynolds, he doesn't know anything. He's just,
I gave notice of intention to retire.
yes, all right.
So
Anyway, and thank you for your work, Brad, and for always afterwards even having a sense of humor about it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's go over the major points. We got 335 existing data centers. We started a major. Last bill I think that was of any major import was 2015 that did an exemption. Brad, am I right?
yes,
Right. And so we've had about 138 of the data centers through the requirements verification and exemption. True for that period.
No, the 138 includes those that have recently come in for
okay.
certification and are not anywhere near verification.
Right, so, so there'll be several years then before they finally get to one way, an up or down, and an actual expenditure. We started with 15 million in budget, I believe, back in 2015. So when did the explosive growth occur and the exemption? Was it a pre-COVID or when did the hockey stick hit?
It is COVID. 2021 is when the rate of applications for certification really picked up. Let me find that table again just to. But it had a lot to do with the increasing digitization of the economy, which was accelerated during the pandemic when you had a lot of businesses investing in IT equipment to support remote work.
Right, because where you slept became more important than where you worked.
Yeah.
And the access to data at home became exponentially more important. And at this point in time, for example, a trip I took to Florida, Madam Chairman, every single application that I used, Senator King, on the trip there and back, every hotel, every airline, every restaurant, every gas station, everything we touched was our apps that were now in the cloud. They're no longer client server, but they're in the cloud. And Brad, I think one of the interesting problems about all this, I don't think people know where the cloud is.
It is not in the atmosphere. It is
Thank you.
very physical. These are physical structures, and all this data lives in these servers and storage devices, which is one of the reasons that physical security, not just cyber security, but physical security is very important to data centers, because those storage devices could be stolen.
Sure.
And,
Or
but
literally knocked offline.
yeah.
So at this point in time, we're well into data center in Texas. In fact, you mentioned before, I think this was the one here that you said Virginia's number one. I would gather we're number two
Correct. Yes, sir.
in total data centers employed. And I think it's important, Madam Chairman, for the public to know that whether the data center has the moniker AI in front of it or not, those two initials or letters, okay, that data services are ubiquitously spread across the state already with 335 installations, much less the ones that are actually qualifying for an exemption.
Correct.
Right? And just out of curiosity, since you brought it up, Brad, out of the 138 that are applying at this point in time, so 118 are waiting for the 5 years to lapse. So we've got 20 verifications in process then, effectively.
Correct.
Right. So regardless, at this point, we started with an exemption that did include electrical, so there might be some issues there to discuss. But that exemption, along with 35 other states for a total of 36, were actually one of the draws here, because you made a comment, and I just want to make sure that we get it back on record. You really have two questions. You've got land you have land availability, then you obviously have energy and power. Mm-hmm. And then after that, the sales tax exemption is probably in the top 5.
It may be. I don't.
You don't know? Okay.
I don't know.
It would seem that way from an economic perspective, because these other 36 total exemptions have driven the total tax incentives nationally up to substantially more than what's being spent here in Texas. But it's also one of the drivers of where they bring their location, their equipment to. And you said you had not broken down or you do have it, of what the individual components are, Brad, and which page is that? Because I have one follow-up question for that.
On the page after the second example revenue estimate calculation for the 400 megawatt, the page after that displays a percentage breakout of different categories of spending for the data center infrastructure.
And I don't know if you have this identified, or maybe you have an estimate of it. We had access to some people from Virginia, the Virginia delegation at a conference that I was just at. And they're saying that the lion's share of these, in some cases nearly 100%, are U.S. or U.S. Or subcontractors. Do you have any data to that effect, Brad?
I do not.
Okay.
But that sounds
We would
like
seem
would be
that
the
because
case, yeah.
when you look at the type of equipment being offered, there may be foreign sourcing on the equipment, such as transformers, et cetera. But it would look like that certainly the labor component of all these would be definitely supplied locally.
Oh, yeah, the construction labor would be locally supplied and, well, yeah, a lot of the equipment and the components, as you know, are
Could be.
like fabbed in Taiwan. But
Right. Or a transformer from Siemens or ABB or somebody like that. But that actually could be all sourced in the Carolinas, for example. Effectively, this is the largest in your experience, okay? This is the largest single outflow of cash that we've seen, anything electronically related. This is even bigger than the fabs at this point in time.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And Madam Chairman, the point here being that part of the public debate that we've got is the public has yet to really understand just how much they use data centers already. Everything on this phone, almost everything is data center. Well, and they don't know, because I think one of the important points is to talk about the fact that the cloud exists, as Brad said, not in the atmosphere, but in all these data centers. That's where all these applications are run. And it just shows you that how fast the technology's changed, because we literally passed a bill in 2015, which is 11 years ago, that had a $15 million fiscal note. And now with everything that's changed, the exemptions are in the billions of dollars. And that tells you how fast technology has changed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Senator Kolkhorst.
Thank you. I'm just going to follow up on a few questions here that Senator Betancourt started on. If you go to your presentation, I'm sorry these pages aren't numbered, but the sales tax exemption for qualifying data centers exempt purchases. Would your estimation be that of all the sales tax exemptions listed there, electricity, since it's ongoing, would probably be the greatest savings to these data centers? And your examples that you.
Well, no, in those cost models, the sales tax exemption is only about 6 to 8%. It's about 6% for the 25 megawatt example and closer to 8% for the large. Most of the sales tax exemption value is for the purchase of the IT equipment.
Okay, thank you for that answer. If you go to the next page, and you go to the number of data centers certified each year, I just circled 2025 because it was 17 of the certified large data centers. 2022 certainly was kind of the watermark for the large data centers to get started. Noteworthy that year, a couple of years before 2022, the certified data centers, which I would call the smaller ones, 9. Is that related to potentially, and do you on your website that I'm looking at that has all of the data centers that have qualified for these exemptions listed, is there a correlation? Senator Betancourt talked about the pandemic. Is there a correlation also of Bitcoin mining, cryptocurrency? Do we know the relations to how many of the 138 are related to Bitcoin mining or cryptocurrency?
We can find out. I can tell you some of those that qualified definitely were crypto mining.
Yeah, so in my research here, you know, we know that cryptocurrency kind of got started in the mid 2010s, 2009 to 2013. Many people were just doing it in their garage, as my research has shown. I'm sure if I'm wrong on that, somebody will tell me. But the pivot to AI data centers was about 2020 onward, accelerating after 2022. So, Madam Chair, on your chart, you can obviously see that. It's right there. So I personally would like for your office to get to us, and maybe the whole committee, Madam Chair, how many of these are cryptocurrency?
We can find out. I can tell you that the crypto, because it has languished this year, there are actually some crypto mining data centers in Texas that are converting to do AI work.
And again,
Non-crypto.
we would like to see that. I mean, I'm just in the data. I'm
Sure, we'll
no
find-
pun intended, trying to get the data here to make a decision on data centers. So let's go to the next page. Data centers subject to requirement verifications. Noteworthy that out of the 138, y'all have only reviewed or in process of reviewing 20. Is that right?
That's, according to our audit division, correct.
So my human communicator calculator here, that's obviously less than 20%. Of those 20%, 6 of those are not compliant.
Correct.
So my question to you would be on not compliant, which 6%, 6 of 20, pretty. I mean, that's a substantial amount. If we've only
Yes.
if we've only looked at 20 of the 138, and 6% are not compliant with things just as simple as having 20 employees, what is the clawback, and how much has the state recovered to date?
If there's final determination that a data center failed to meet any of those requirements, capital investment, square footage, and jobs creation, they will be assessed for sales tax on any sales tax exemption claim they made during the period that they had a certification. To date, and this is only the one I mentioned earlier that has voluntarily came in for cancellation of their certification because they lost their IT agreement, their power agreement. There is a back assessment for almost $5.6 million on sales tax exemptions that they had taken that they will be paying. And I'm told that we'll receive that payment by August 31st. The others, that's still audit work in progress. So I don't know what the assessments will be. So, but just for one of them, we're looking for $5.5 million.
I do believe on revocation, we also have a 5%, up to a 5% penalty. Is that correct?
I believe that there is penalty allowable. I don't know whether it's being waived or not.
Could you get that to us as well?
Find out.
Madam Chair, if that's okay with you?
Grand idea.
Okay, great. And so then I also want to, we kind of skipped through the property tax information on Texas data centers. Madam Chair, I support you on that because we can all read here. But my question to you on that would be, we're seeing a proliferation of data centers in rural Texas. I mean, I look at your chart here, and what I would be curious to drill down into, and again, this is at comptroller.texas.gov, and you have the registered qualifying data centers, which are, I'll in layman's terms, the smaller ones. and then you have the registered qualifying large data center projects. On there, there's no place that really identifies where they're located. Now, if under the moniker of or the title owner name, occasionally they'll go COPT San Antonio LP. Now, I would guess that might be in San Antonio, but perhaps that's only where their headquarters are. So, do we know where these data centers are?
We have, yes, on the application for certification, in addition to them submitting to us their business address, they're also required to submit the location of the data center. So if you'd like, we can pull together the data and give you a map, if you would like it in map.
I'd like it in a map and a list.
And a list, okay.
And because on your chart here, it gives the effective date. So that's going to be a follow-up question. So to qualify for these incredible amounts of sales tax exemptions, which we're staying on today, Madam Chair, the rigor at which you qualify them. So it's really shocking to me that you would say in your 20 audits of 138, again, everybody can do the percentages there, and that 6 of the 20 that you have audited don't meet the certification. One of those at least didn't even meet the square footage availability. So it makes me question the rigor at which the qualifications of getting the initial approval begins. Do we know what those are? I can read the statute, but what happens inside the operation of the Comptroller's office? Is it just check, check, check? We trust them, check, check, check. Go down the list, check, 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 and here you go. Here's your certification for millions of dollars from the state of Texas. I don't know.
I believe, but we'll get back to you on this, but I believe we accept the attestation of the company developing the data center.
Well, now
Because
I
the
like to think
statute
that
provides-
everybody is honest in America.
But the
But
statute
perhaps
provides,
media reports would make me believe elsewise. I don't know.
but I think that's because of the way the statute was written, that it explicitly instructs us to do a post-audit. The expectation was, these companies would state their commitment to spend this much money or hire this many people, and then the statute says the controller is to audit them after the fact.
With all
But
due,
I'm not saying you
with all
can't
due
change that
respect, there's
policy.
138 of these, and you've post-audited 20 of 138, and 6 of them don't qualify. Madam Chair, I think we probably have a problem here. And when I say that, I just there, other than the crypto mining, which you can again do your own research. 2020, we started seeing these massive data centers. Maybe some of them are making adaptations to go to some hyperscale or something otherwise. Obviously, the advent of AI will lead to even more explosive growth. And Madam Chair and Senator Schwartner, I know that your committee, our committee, that I feel honored to serve on, will be looking at this as well. But I do think that it is incumbent upon all of us to make sure that these are wise investments, and if you get an incentive from the state of Texas, that you actually do what you say that you're going to do. So I look forward to receiving that information. If you would like to, I know my staffer out here is back here is taking notes. I can very specifically ask for those in a formal letter to get those. I want to see, again, on your website, you really don't know where these are being built, but I can say that I'm looking out here and seeing a lot of my good rural folks, of which geographically I represent a whole lot more of than I do urban and suburban, but I have a lot of people in urban and suburban. that live and are also concerned about this as well. So, Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to ask a few questions.
Yeah, and there's several people wanting to ask questions, but I just want to follow up on your questions because I think it's interesting when we look at the 138 number, which we're kind of using. But I think you've said that there are others in the process of requesting certification, 5.
5 more.
So if I added 5 to 138, would that be the total in the state of Texas that are about to be constructed or under construction? Or is the number bigger than that, but they're just at a stage in the process where they haven't come to the Comptroller's office yet?
There may be some that haven't come yet.
So to Senator Colcourse's point, though, the certification process is early in the stage of their development. Is that correct?
Well, because the exemption period, the 10 years or 15 or 20, depending, begins on the date you get your certification, it really doesn't make sense for them to request the certification if they want the full value of that exemption period until they are just about ready to start construction.
Okay.
You know, if they request 2 years, in advance, they're missing out on
So-
2 years of that exemption period.
So I think you answered my question then, because if it makes good business sense to wait until you actually have costs because your exemption starts, then there may be others that are in development phases that we don't know about because of the fact that they don't want to claim it yet. They don't want
Yes,
to certify it.
that would be a
Is that
reasonable
fair?
expectation.
You
Yeah.
don't really, I think to Senator Colcourse's point, we don't really know what's going on to a certain extent. We don't know exactly where they are, and we don't know at what stage in the development some of them may be, but have not come forward to the state yet. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, that's a fair statement. In fact, there's a lot of deliberate secrecy involved in these developmental plans.
Oh, well, that's,
They don't want people like buying up land that they're intending to buy in advance and then marking it up to them, so.
yeah, well, yeah.
Madam Chair, can I?
Yes, because
follow
I
up on
kind of
this?
piggybacked
I
on
know-
you, so go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
And next.
It's okay.
I know in one rural county that there are 6 proposed. This is a county of about 26,000. 6? How do you get 6 data centers in this tiny little rural county? So I think that the numbers perhaps that you're using, which I don't blame you for, are woefully small.
Yeah. We don't want you to retire, Mr. Reynolds, because you're the one who knows some of the answers.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment.
We appreciate you. I know.
That's not a no.
You're gracious anyway. Thank you, sir. Senator Hinojosa, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all know that AI and data centers are very much part of our economy, everyday lives. But when we first passed legislation, I guess in 2013 and 2015, the projection on the amount of sales tax revenue we would lose was grossly underestimated. We started at 14.6 million. That was in 2014, 2015. Now it's projected to be 3.3 billion, 2029. And obviously we can't do anything between now and the session to try to address those issues. But in your opinion, do you think we did nothing about the sales tax exemption? Is that amount of funding coming out of general revenue be sustainable?
This is just a sector of growth that you have statute where a prior legislature decided you were not going to tax that. That's really fundamentally not different from your decision to not tax a whole lot of things. And I mean, in fact, less than 90% of the transactions that occur in the state economy are subject to sales tax or motor vehicle sales tax. You choose not to tax most things. And this is just one category of things that a legislature chose not to impose tax on.
I don't know why it reminds me of Chapter 313, sort of got out of control, and the amount of money we were losing and the use that was being made by businesses. But let me ask, this projections of 3.3 billion, does that include local property tax exemptions or abatements?
That estimate only speaks to state sales tax.
Okay, so but we don't have an estimate of how much that would be, including the local property tax exemptions and abatements.
For school tax, with respect to data centers, there's no abatements.
Correct.
They couldn't get 313 agreements, and under the newer JETI, Jobs, Employment, JETI, they do not qualify for those kind of tax abatement agreements. The exception of development occurring in conjunction with data centers, however, like some of them are, well, you may have read about the agreement between Microsoft and Chevron, where Chevron's going to supply power over a 20-year period to a West Texas facility. Power generation facilities can qualify for JETI. So some of the power development going on in the state that is coming to support data centers, some of that will potentially qualify for JETI abatement. The data centers themselves cannot.
Yeah, well, we probably need a full picture of all the data to really make the proper decisions on how to manage the situation. I guess the other issue, on the average, how many jobs are created by a data center?
That I don't know. I just know that clearly some of them have difficulty achieving the 20, or, yeah. That doesn't mean that there aren't some other things you could describe as job creation. If there's professional electrical expertise that gets developed and is routinely employed, that are not employees of the data center, but they are just have to be hired from time to time at a particular data center, but there's enough data centers to support full-time work as specialized electricians for data centers, but not being an employee of a data center. I think that's going on. I don't have a way to estimate how much of it.
Well, you know, probably in the first phase, during the construction period of a data center, you have an increase in creation of jobs because of the construction workers, electricians and plumbers, whatever is needed. But the reality is that after that, the number of jobs that are produced, especially in the rural areas, is quite, comparison to the investment, is minimal.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was a point. Also, in your presentation, you talk about data center site selection factors, and you list land availability and cost, power availability, reliability, and cost. On all these site selection factors, does anybody enforce that or verify that? If that's a good location, not a good location? Is that just up to the
Well, that's not a governmental duty. That is the decision of the companies developing data centers. They make the decision of where they will site, and that list of factors is factors they consider. The state does not have a role in choosing the site of these data centers.
Okay, so now, you know, we are experiencing a severe drought in many regions of the state. Yet we have data centers locating and building in those areas where we don't have enough water to supply our farmers, our ranchers, our families. And now our data centers are coming in without anybody having a say-so. I mean, how do you suggest that should be managed?
Legislation.
That is something for you and your colleagues in the legislature to deliberate this next session. If you want to establish some kind of permitting process to have the, that a proposed data center must clear with some state entity in order to be allowed to build. We don't have any law like that now, but that's what you would have to establish by statute.
Then you would agree that we as a state, we have to come in and set some criteria For example, we have data centers being established in Corpus Christi and Oasis County that is experiencing a severe drought. We have another one down in Raymondville, Willacy County, where they have no water. Those are very important factors to consider for us as setting public policy in trying to make sure we protect our communities from some of the damaging aspects and negative results of data centers. It's not just positive. I mean, there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed. I guess the other issue deals with electricity. As you well know, we are still trying to expand our capacity for our grid. We have people coming into Texas, moving in every day from other states, so the need continues to grow. There's another issue, I guess, that we need to really address as to how to focus to make sure that all that cost of increasing the power that is needed by data centers not passed on to our citizens and residents. Would you agree that that's also a very important factor?
Well, yes, I would even reference recent releases or statements from the Office of the Governor that has directed the Public Utilities Commission to start developing standards to do that just same thing, to assure that, for example, none of the increased costs for power production and delivery get passed on to other customers, that the data centers finance that. The governor recently gave a directive to the Public Utilities Commission to work on that, those kind of standards.
And one of my other concerns, and my last question on this is that a lot of these data centers are now located in areas that are rural in nature, where they have a lot of farmland or ranch land, yet these are small communities where you have these huge data centers. They create a humming sound, right? I mean, there's a lack of peace in the family. I hear that from families and people that are close to data centers. I read about the complaints. It's a quality of life issue for our farmers in rural areas, and that they are not used to having all of a sudden a huge data center, huge factories. They're continuing making noise. It's a very different change for rural residents, but I think we need to also find a way to address that issue. So I try to identify some of the complaints that I hear about, that I read about, some of the issues that I know happen in my Senate district, in Corpus Christi, and also in the Rio Grande Valley. But thank you for your testimony, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to remember how the point of sale stuff works. So let's say we do away with the sales tax exemptions, and I'm thinking of one of my counties that's got a project underway. It's going to be a gigawatt-sized facility. They're bringing their own electricity, but so if we remove the sales tax exemption, then the local city municipalities in the county, they have whatever their sales tax is. Let's say it's 2 cents. But how does the point of sale, can you remind me how that works? So they're not going to buy those G boards and whatnot in that rural county. So where would who's going to get that local sales tax?
Local sales tax for those kind of items will be sourced to the location of the vendor or where the buyer took possession.
Okay, so if it's coming from out of state, if they purchased it out of state, but it's being delivered into the rural county, let's just say it's Albany, Texas, and it's being delivered there, then who would get that local sales tax?
That will be sourced to the destination in Texas.
To Albany?
Yes.
If they buy them in Grand Prairie?
But if they go buy it in Grand Prairie and take possession of it there and then truck it themselves to where they're going to use it, then the vendor in Grand Prairie will collect Grand Prairie tax.
But if they purchase it in Grand Prairie and then have it shipped and delivered to Albany, Albany gets the money?
No, under our current local sourcing laws,
Because I
A
guess,
seller in Grand Prairie will collect Grand Prairie tax even if the seller is going to mail or otherwise ship the item out of the city.
okay. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, it's great property taxes. If it's a gigawatt facility, well, the one I'm thinking of is probably going to be on the local appraisal district with the power facility that comes with it, probably at $10 billion. But then so the property taxes are wonderful in that regard. The sales tax issue, though, is I'm just trying to figure out how those local rural communities, it looks like they're not going to get any of that, rarely going to get any of that sales tax.
Typically, they would not. Most of the local sales tax will be sourced to the location of the seller. An exception would be if for some reason the purchaser does not pay tax to the vendor. Well, actually, that was definitely the case frequently before Wayfair, but
Let me just ask this. Is there any reason statutorily that you couldn't make a special provision where that the local sales tax was paid in the county or in the municipality in which it was delivered?
no, in fact, you can modify the statute to make it like a use tax, destination-based tax,
Which would make
local tax.
Which would make sure that it got to the rural municipality.
Correct. And in fact, Chairman Myers has introduced legislation in the past 3 sessions to do that, to make all local sales tax on a destination basis rather than an origin, but it never passes.
So if we did that, the local community would be benefiting from the property taxes and the local sales tax.
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hall.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Assuming that taxes that were collected provide services to the people, that's where it goes. And generally have more need for services than we actually have taxes collected to pay for it. So if we're going to give a huge tax exemption on something, we're going to shift that burden of the money that's needed to the people. Services don't disappear. So assuming the services we're being provided are legitimate and needed, and we're going to give a burden or an exemption to to a sector, then somewhere along the line, the residents, the citizens, are going to have to make up that deficit. And so we're actually shifting the burden of the tax money that's needed to the citizens by giving these tax exemptions, whether it's for sales tax or property tax.
Well, yes, I would agree. Anytime you grant an exemption,
Right.
and you still have just some budgetary target that the state and local governments have to reach, they have to tax the non-exempt items at a greater rate.
Okay, I just want to make it clear that what we're talking about doing here is we're talking about increasing the tax burden on the people by making these exemptions. And the other is, one of the concerns we've had is about electricity. It's a commodity here that's not plentiful in Texas, and sees no real future of having an excess capacity of generating electricity. And so by particularly giving a sales tax exemption on the use of electricity, it encourages the data centers to buy their electricity rather than provide it themselves, which has been one of the considerations for making the data centers more acceptable and compatible with the area, is to bring their own power and bring their own water, so the burden on the people is reduced. But if we're going to give them a tax incentive, that's kind of counter to encouraging them to provide their own power. Would you agree?
Not quite, because even when you hear the phrase "bring their own power," that company, the data center owner, is not going to be the business entity that owns the power generating facility. There's still going to be a sale, for example, from Chevron to Microsoft of power for that data center. So you have a transaction that is
But it could be.
subject to tax unless exempted.
I mean, they could certainly enter into an agreement or could do it themselves. They don't necessarily have to go buy it from someone else. That would be a business choice they would make. My point is,
Yes, sir.
we're talking about incentives that are counter to what we're really concerned about with the explosion of the number of data centers, particularly in the rural areas, and in an environment in which we do not have extra water and we don't have extra electricity in there. And I just see we're talking about doing with these exemptions or incentivizing something that's kind of counter to what we're going to problems we're going to have to try to solve, and moving the tax burden to the citizens that we're taking off the businesses. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
All right, Senator West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to follow up on Senator Colcourse's questions. First of all, thank you for your service for these many years, too, Brad. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As it relates to, you indicated that there are about 6 of these centers that are kind of under audit, and 20 under audit and 6 non-compliant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you say non-compliant, what aspect of the certification or the elements of certification are they non-compliant with, if you know off the top of your head?
It was, with respect to one, I'm told it was not meeting the 100,000 square foot requirement, but the other 5, I'm told it was failure to meet the jobs requirement.
And to the extent, let's stay on jobs for a second. Do you know with any specificity why they weren't able to meet the job requirements?
I do not know. In fact, I was surprised that, given the value of the sales tax exemption, that they wouldn't manage to employ 20 people, but.
Right. Right, exactly my point. Now, let me dig a little deeper, okay? As it relates to other states, have you had the opportunity to look at what other states do as it relates to those centers that are non-compliant?
With respect to qualification for a data center exemption, at least the other major states for data center development, typically compared to our statute, they have somewhat lower capital investment requirements, but higher jobs creation requirements. That's just a summary result.
And if for some reason they don't meet the job requirements or they're non-compliant with any element thereof, what ends up happening to those data?
Well, that, I haven't looked into what happens in these other states if somebody doesn't meet one of those
Could you
commitments.
take a look at that, specifically Virginia, because I heard you say earlier that Texas is number 2 to Virginia, correct?
In terms of, yeah, the total size of data center.
And I
market.
noticed in your presentation that Virginia reduced the tax exemption from 150 million down to 70 million.
Oh, well, that's for their statutory definition of a distressed area in the state. Meaning, if there's like, and I don't know the details, but if they've got counties in the state that they've identified as poverty counties and they want to try to develop the economy there, then they've reduced that capital investment to try to encourage more development in those counties. That's why they've done that.
Okay, so as it relates to bonding, let me ask this. Well, let me back up. If for some reason one of these data centers go belly up, what ends up happening? They can go through bankruptcy and frankly, all the debt, any debt to the state can be extinguished. Is that correct?
I don't think in bankruptcy you extinguish debt to the state.
Oh, I don't know. I'm asking the question. If they go belly up, what ends up happening to the money that they owe the state?
Well, I guess those assets, the data center and equipment will get sold at a distressed merchandise type of sale, but. Yeah.
So then they're sold, and hopefully we'll be able to get the monies that we were due out of that sale. But if not, then we're stuck with the deficit between what they owe us and what the sale of the assets are, correct?
I guess there would be circumstances where the state might have difficulty
Collecting.
collecting the assessment of back tax if somebody both failed to meet the commitments and went out of business, yes.
So do any states require a bond?
I don't know the answer to that, but we can find out if that's a feature of other states' exemption policy.
Okay, if there was a bond in place, then that would ensure taxpayers against any type of default by these data centers, correct?
Yeah, you could write statute to do that.
Please take a look at that. Since we're considering legislation, I want to try to do everything we can to make certain taxpayers don't be left holding the bag, so to speak, by these data centers. And check, as a part of that research, whether any other state does that or have any other similar type of mechanism in place in order to assure taxpayers aren't they left on the low end of the wagon, so to speak. I'm going to go back to these audits. And I know it may not be in your division or area.
It is not.
Okay. As it relates to whether or not there are any other audits that are being planned, who would know that within the Comptroller's office? And if so, what the schedule is?
The director of our audit division.
Is that person available?
She's not here today, but
But
She's here.
could we get that answer, Madam Chair?
Sure. Do you want to come on up? Come on up. And please identify yourself, name and your title, and answer Senator West's question.
Yes, I'm Jenny Burleson, the Director of Tax Policy for the Texas Comptroller's Office. And while I'm not the Audit Division Director, I am aware of how these are working. So if I could provide a little bit of background. It's 5 years in the statute that says that the taxpayer or the data center has 5 years to establish their jobs as well as their capital investment. So we can't audit a taxpayer until they have been built and they've been in existence for 5 years. So the 5 years is a running kind of benchmark. So that's why you haven't seen, that's why you have 138 that are listed, but only 20 have been looked at so far because they've just hit their 5-year mark. And so you'll see on the list, you can anticipate the list that's provided on our website, depending on when they started building or making acquisitions or started hiring, that's the rate at which we would start the audits of those taxpayers. So the 20 that are on and the 118 that are left to do, it's going to be dependent on when their 5-year mark hits from their certification date.
Okay, so let me ask this question. If a center is found to be non-compliant, what do you guys do?
So
Other than
it's a
report that they're
two-part,
non-compliant?
it's kind of a two-part evaluation. So there's a verification period. So the
Right.
first look is verifying the capital expenditure and the job creation. If you're found to not be meeting, then we have to spin up an actual audit where then we go in and we audit your purchases. At which point, then it's the whole audit process, and then they're up to, their due rights of being able to contest the audit, and it moves to an actual audit process. And if they are found, we revoke their certification, so they can't make any additional purchases, and then we start the collection of the owed sales tax that they did not pay. We make an assessment for that. I think earlier you had asked about the penalty and interest.
Penalty and interest, right.
Yeah, penalty and interest applies just as if it was any other audit for those transactions. Now, the one that Brad was talking about earlier, since they came to us and admitted, they have entered into our voluntary disclosure program, so we will waive the penalty on that one. So the other ones, if we start the audit and we are making our way through the audit, they're going to be assessed the penalty and interest.
And maybe, let me ask this question again, ask it to Brad. If for some reason they filed bankruptcy or something like that, have y'all made any provisions for that type of situation and how you would handle it? And if not, do you think you should?
Well, the state's funds for bankruptcy are set up. When we have a taxpayer that goes into bankruptcy, all of that is handled through the Attorney General's office. They represent us in those bankruptcy collections, so it would be handled through that. And I mean, they don't usually get the state delinquencies usually don't get diminished in the bankruptcy program. So that's kind of a separate process that's handled within the bankruptcy division of the Attorney General's office, who represents us on those collections.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Reynolds, thank you for your, how many years of service would this be?
Oh, I've been at this since 1983. I was
Okay.
here in time for all the Edgewood legislation, and
Well, and I appreciate your presentation. It's very thorough. You are very knowledgeable about this topic. I worry about your departure and what's left at that agency. So, with that, I wanted to talk about the certification process. So, could you have maybe a handful that start the certification between now and the time we come back in for a regular session? Like, how many could possibly come through?
oh, we could have, between now and the next session? Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sure we could easily do another 10 per month.
Okay, because it begs the question, I know you mentioned there were 3 states, Ohio, Arizona, and Illinois, that have put a pause. Is that right?
Yes.
And they did that through
Well,
legislative
in
action?
Illinois, that was a directive of the governor's office. In Arizona, it wasn't clear, but they've scheduled their pause to last all the way to into 2029, so I'm guessing they may have done that in statute. And in Ohio, that's a director of Governor DeWine.
Okay,
Now, our state, we did anticipate a question about that, and our reading of the statute is we don't have authority in statute to, decline to do the certifications, so.
so it would take a special session?
It will take a change in statute, yes,
Okay.
I think.
I might be on the same page with Sid Miller. How about that? Back to the audits. Let's see, I had a question about that. And thank you, ma'am, I forgot your name,
Jenny Burleson.
Jenny, for the explanation on how you set the timing for that. So do you have a schedule? Can you say, for example, in the next 6 months, X number are scheduled? So we have the 20 that are in process right now, but how many would be in the queue for an audit before or right when we start the next session?
I don't have that. We could go back and look at the effective dates from our list of ones that have qualified, and we would be able to tell you which ones are going to be due up next.
Okay. And you referenced the one, I believe it was, that voluntarily came to you and said, we're not going to meet X, Y, and Z. Is that right? It was one?
Yes.
And then you waived the penalty. Is that your decision solely, or is that something in statute, or how do you come to decide to waive the penalty?
Our audit division has what they call the VDA program, the Voluntary Disclosure Agreement program, that they have put in place for any taxpayers who come forward and reveal that they may have a tax liability that they haven't paid. As long as there's not tax collected, not remitted, then we will enter into that agreement with them to waive the penalty and interest in exchange for them agreeing to collect the tax going forward.
Okay. And I know we're getting information about the location of all the data centers, and because we hear, Sarah Colcourse, that there are a large number in rural areas, but then we also hear too that a lot of these data centers go to where the labor pool is, and so we know that Houston-Harris County is a fast-growing environment for data centers. Because it does seem too that a lot of these data centers target unincorporated areas with minimal county authority. So I'd like to see if that is actually true. We did have an experience in my district where we heard, I think it was either through the press on social media, about one going into Jacinto City. And we called the City Hall mayor's office, and they were unaware of one. And then lo and behold, now it's out there. There's an article on that one particular data center. So that time that was referenced by the chair and Senator Colcourse, there is that gap where you don't know, you have no idea what is taking place. So I'm hoping that's something we can tackle in the next legislative session. And I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we've had some good questions here today, I should know, because they've asked my questions. But, Mr. Reynolds, thank you for your testimony. I just want to double check something. If we estimate, or we have our sales tax for 2025 at 49 billion roughly, and then we use going forward 2028, the cost of the sales tax exemption for the data centers is 3.3 billion. That's roughly 7% of what we normally bring in for our sales tax that will cost the state of Texas, right?
Yeah, proportionally, it is that large.
Okay.
But it's not a deduction from our forecast of future sales tax.
It's just what we wouldn't be bringing in.
It's just something that's transactions that are occurring that your current law does not tax.
Right. I just wanted to
But-
just put a face on it, if we do, of how much that we are affected or that we don't bring in because of the data centers, because of that legislation. Thank you.
Senator
Madam
Campbell.
Chair.
Thank you. Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Reynolds, and giving us such a thorough explanation of what's happening here. I'm curious, do you, when we look at these sorts of incentives, presumably this is because we anticipate a certain economic impact in the state of Texas. Do you collect information or track information regarding the economic impact of these data centers?
No. That's a really simple answer, but we don't, for example, even with the construction phase, the data available from the Texas Workforce Commission does not let us identify which portion of the construction employment is related to data centers. And there are also not any kind of classification of, that's that specialized, of like what people that are electrical engineers are employed as data center engineers. So we know right now, and I'm sure that it is a factor, year over year, we have a declining employment in residential construction and increasing employment in non-residential construction. And I'm certain that the data center boom is a factor in that. But we don't have any data from Texas Workforce Commission that would let us tell you with any kind of confidence of what portion of that non-residential construction activity is data centers.
It seems that would be helpful in comparing what we're foregoing in tax revenues.
I mean, I do certainly think that there are net positive economic benefits associated with this, even in instances where, I will say, and this is a chronic condition of the Texas economy, the builders have been reporting for years that there is shortage of construction labor, always, and that builds take longer than they should because they can't get the subcontract labor that they need.
Right.
With all this added demand for construction activity by data centers, and this is largely anecdotal, again, we can't see it in TWC data yet anyway, but anecdotally, construction labor wages are being bid up by the data centers. They're paying more, so you do get some increased personal income for the construction, people in the construction labor. That's not net more jobs. They may be moving from a non-data center construction job to a data center construction job, but they're being paid more. So you're getting some higher personal income because of all this investment spending.
Do you think that the Texas Workforce Commission would be able to answer a question like, what's the economic impact of a data center project?
They might. I mean,
Do you think they have access
it's
to
really
that
more that
information?
we would need to look at data that they collect.
Would it be helpful to you in order to provide that sort of information if you had better access to that data?
Well, I don't really think it's access. I think it's the data is just not collected that way.
Okay. Okay.
So then if you want to do economic impact assessment, and I'm sure the industry will have paid for a economic consultant study that will have projected multiplier effects. We'll defer to the industry on that question. I will just say about multiplier effects, the fine print on those models is that the multiplier effects don't hold when you have tight labor markets. Because instead of just adding a new job and filling it with somebody that was unemployed, you have a new job opening, but somebody is going to be employed in that opening and not another opening. So when you have tight labor markets, those multiplier effects that these models advertise cannot come true. They just simply cannot come true.
Well, thank you. I think that would be very important information for us to have as we look at any sort of economic incentive. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Reynolds, just one quick question. There were some great questions asked already. Thank you for your service and your very thorough presentation. Just an opinion question, if you would. So given the data market, as Senator Bettencourt said, everybody's, can we live or not live with what we're doing with this?
Yeah.
And increase in population. I thought it was a very interesting point that you made, that the proliferation of the data centers came after COVID, when everybody was home, do business, do everything through these devices, and that's when it boomed.
Yes.
So given that data market that we have, and it's continuing to grow with the increasing population we're having, so do you think that these data centers would stop coming to Texas, or continue to proliferate regardless of whether they are exempt or not?
I think a large portion of the development would continue to come because it is just an economic and competitive necessity for these companies to do that. And that's why, like your big hyperscale companies are constantly criticized in financial markets now for overspending, investing in AI. But every earnings report, Alphabet and Amazon World Services and Microsoft come out and reiterate that they're not only going to not slow down their capital spending, they're going to do more. And why? Because it is a competitive necessity in their view to do that. If one of them stops, then the future of technology just goes to their rivals. And the business demand for data center service is growing. They all report, when they do their earnings reports, that demand for services, for cloud services, for example, is increasing. The other thing relative to what you're asking about, Texas is now the second largest co-location multi-tenant data center market in the country, the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. That all happened without any sales tax exemption.
Yep.
So again, that's just evidence that it's an economic necessity in the view of the businesses to do this.
So given the best interest of the taxpayers, this thing is, the estimates were under, now we're in the billions, and we want to make sure to safeguard the taxpayers' money and resources. I guess the major policy decision besides preserving the people's money or protecting the people's money is that we, as a matter of policy, provide guidelines that we protect the grid, protect water resources and things of that nature as part of the model of doing business. And because they're not, I don't think that they're going away. I think I agree with you. I think they're growing because of the demand, and they're going to operate regardless of whether we give them an exemption in taxes or not. Because that's just my humble opinion. But given that, I think going into the next session, members, that we've all worked together to manage it such that the interests of the grid and the water resources and the quality of life are managed at the same time, while unless we want to just give this away and turn off the technology and not be competitive. But it's I think we'll have to have the discipline to provide the fences to operate. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Senator Flores. Senator Betancourt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brad, before you go, I just wanted to loop back to the property tax question because we were going to read that, but then it was brought up, and I just want to make a couple points clear. One, you agreed that right now, under JEDI, the school taxes are not abatable. At least that's the way I view that law.
Correct.
Right. So, Senator Hall, the school taxes are not abatable on this. So this would be counties and cities that would make independent decisions whether to abate this a data center, just like they do on every other project.
Yes, there's authority under Chapter 312 and also in the Local Government Code, Chapters 380 and 381 for local governments to do property tax abatement agreements. We attempted to gather information on that, and you'll find it somewhere in this slide. We've only identified, based on survey replies from appraisal districts, the 15 local abatement agreements relative to data centers.
And you don't have any data on those? Are they full term, 10 years? Are they declining? Because generally the average abatement will decline down, from like 100% down to 80, 60, 40, 20.
Yeah, we don't, at least
Right.
I don't think the survey was asked that way.
No, probably not. And but there would be, if there's a pattern historically, those are generally not 100% exemptions for the full 10 years.
Right, I recall I know the local government abatement agreements with the Facebook facility in Fort Worth were reportedly 60% of business personal property by one of the levels of jurisdictions, and I think the other was 50%.
Right, I agree. There would be some percentage. So there would be still cash flow, coming in from property taxes, 1A of the schools, and certainly the abatements, unless they, for some reason, the Commissioner's Court or City Council gave out 100% abatement, which would be, I would hope, be somewhat rare. Now, you mentioned a comment about Virginia, and I think that's important because you mentioned that they've changed, they've kind of upped their minimum job requirement. I think they're up to 50 now.
They're at 50.
Right. And out of the 6 that have rejected, where there was actually more than one here that weren't meeting the 20 of permanent employment in Texas. True, Brad?
Yes, sir.
And I think the laugh line was that obviously you would think that at that point they might reconsider their decision, but if they didn't, then obviously they're denied. And I just want to reinforce the fact that the way the statute was written, you can't do any audits prior to 5 years, right? And that's 5 years after construction. And I guess my one last point, Brad, when you were estimating the model on the sales tax exemption, you do have you mentioned there was a construction phase, and then there was effectively their initial equipment buys.
Yeah.
And they do get up to a peak at that point in time. So, but a lot of these centers, to stay competitive, have to reinvest because the NVIDIA chips are moving to double every 5 and CPU power about every 5 months. So at some point in time downstream from that, there will be another reinvestment period.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes.
Is that modeled into?
That's in the model examples I gave you. Yes.
Right. And how far down did you, when did you pick that year for that? I'm curious.
Well, in the model now, I'm doing it on a 4-year cycle.
Okay.
The original fiscal note, based on industry input at the time, we used a 3-year assumption, 3-year refresh or replacement cycle for IT. Now, in this model, I'm at 4. For some facilities, it may be longer than that. And with respect to that aspect of any of this, I do want to be on record as saying we're willing to talk to the Data Center Coalition or others about, if they think that this model that I gave you today is unreasonable. Our goal is just to have a fair representation of what's here.
Well, they're about to testify, so we'll find out.
And we'll, yeah.
One other thing, 1 million square feet sounds like a large number, but it's only 23.5 acres for my Aggie math. When you did this modeling, did you look at another 1 million square feet, or were you just keeping their initial investment at what it was? Brad, were you expecting some expansion in these numbers, or?
In the 2 samples for today, there's no expansion of those modeled. But yes, you're right that some of these large projects are being built out in phases, and not necessarily will they ever build out to the full, like they said they're going to go to 1 gigawatt. Maybe they'll stop at 800 megawatts. I don't know. But,
right, maybe, or maybe they go to 10. You don't know over time. And just to put that 1 million square feet in perspective, the largest single project that I know of, I think in the United States, happens to be here, at least the announced one in Grimes County, is 100 million square feet for Elon Musk companies. Because I think they have, Madam Chairman, gotten 2 tax abatements from their 2 school districts, just recently voted on last week. Which would indicate that there's not a lot of data center, at least as was published, Brad, they actually had two votes on it, that there's not a lot of data center content in that, but that could change too over time. But I just want the committee and the public to realize that while 1 million square feet sounds large, we've got a 2.5 million square foot plant in San Antonio, for Toyota, and Elon has set the record at 100 million square feet.
Right. Thank you. Senator Colcourse, you had a follow-up question?
Yeah, just a follow-up. So of the audits being done, which the 6 that are not in compliant represent 30% non-compliant. Pretty good sampling. It's 14.5% of the 138 that have been audited thus far, knowing that there's a 5-year kind of metric marker that you can't audit from. So with 14.5% of them being audited, we're finding that 30%, nearly a third, are not compliant. My question to that is, what is a timeline for the clawback? And when you said, we have the self-attestation, so by statute, I'm going to do this, I'm going to have, for the regular, I'm going to have 100,000 square feet, or for the large, I'm going to have 250,000 square feet. I'm going to minimum for the regular 20 qualifying jobs. But thank you, Brad, for noting that. Wow, if you can't create 20 jobs, I mean, wouldn't you just find somebody to I don't know, sweep the floors or something? I don't know. And then 40 qualifying jobs on the large one. So what is the timeline? I think, Senator West, you were kind of getting there, and I'm not sure I got the answer, but what is the timeline? And I mean, and the reason I ask this is, how much are we going to spend, the taxpayer going to spend on trying to claw back these dollars with our Attorney General, I guess, would represent you if there was a lawsuit, et cetera?
Yes. I mean, we've seen that these that we've had here, that we have done the verification on, they are taking about a year on the verification, depending on, a lot of times it's the entities don't have the information readily available. It's a back and forth quite often with the verification. And then, like I said, once the verification hits, then we have to actually do a spin-off audit to get them their rights and to make the actual adjustment. The audit periods generally go back for the 4 years. And it can take anywhere from, 6 months to a couple of years to complete an audit, depending on if they're gonna contest it. We've already started to see on some of the ones that, are not meeting, there's disagreements in terms of the job qualifications and what does that mean, the 18, 20 hours, the full-time position, there's things that, there's arguments to be made, disagreements as to whether or not the job does qualify or not. And so the entities have the right to contest those results through the full administrative hearings process and then on to district court should they do that. Now, the ones that we've seen, they're coming in, and the two that we have, the 5 million one, we have another one that was much less that we found. They're just paying. They're not contesting. They're not doing any of the full-blown audit procedures, but they could.
And then my final question would be on co-locations. Senator Bencourt is correct on the Terrafab facility in Grimes County is a manufacturing plant mostly, chip processors, hopefully, making us competitive on the world stage. My question is, how is these newer data centers are buying large amounts of land, how are we going to be able to determine, given y'all's audit process, the bifurcation of what qualifies as a data center versus other kinds of facilities on these co-location type facilities? Is the statute clear on that? Or like if I try to qualify, it's self-attestation, and we're making lots of purchases, and I mean it's keeping me up with sales tax and all those different things is pretty arduous and a big deal, but it's big money, right? As you said, on real property. What if there's a co-location of a lot of different facilities along with a data center? Do we have the ability to parse out what's qualifying and what's not? Or is that going to be self-attestation, and 5 years later we go back and we try to figure out who's on first and what's on second, and then eventually years later
I can
get to the point?
As part of the application process, when they submit the application, in addition to the certifications that they have to make on the application that they're going to do this many jobs and make this much, we require site plans so that we look and we see, what does this look like? Where is the electricity coming in? How big is the facility? What does it look like? Who's in the facility? We make them put all of that on the site plan. And that's part of the application and the certification process. And so we'll go in and we will ask follow-up questions sometimes if it's not clear. But we do get that kind of information about who's going to be in it, what is it going to look like, how many square footage is it, and the layout on the actual facility, like blueprints and things like that. We get that with the application process.
Thank you for that clarification. Finally, I think the question becomes of us, Madam Chair, is the incentives that are given by statute, as you say, shouldn't always just be static. That should be something that I believe is reviewed. And is it a priority for the state of Texas? Senator King, I certainly appreciate your questions on where that sales tax is derived when they do have to pay the local sales tax. Are we able, where is that paid? Is there really a local element that is a benefit? finally, I will just say that if the Comptroller's office is going to acquire Chapter 312 agreements, which are translation, that's your county and city giving a tax abatement. That's up to 10 years at 100%. That's a local decision. But what I am seeing throughout the state of Texas, being an old economic development person myself, employed, having done this, never before have I seen the proliferation of 380s and 381s. And I believe that goes up to 30 years. Maybe it's 50 years. Do y'all know how?
I think it's 30.
30? It's limited at 30, and that could be 100% at 30 years. So I do think if you go and start questioning, I would love to see it broken out on 312 versus the Chapter 380s, if you would.
We'll certainly try to gather more information on those. I don't want to tell you that it will happen rapidly.
Yeah, so, you know, and that might be an idea for a future bill. Last session, Madam Chair, I actually passed a bill that is going to make TEA put on their website all the details of all the bonds. Nobody knows how much debt we have in our school districts. And so I think it would be a good idea to also know how many 380s and 381s and 312s we have out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll wrap it up with Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just first an observation. I really appreciate your comments regarding your desire to file legislation. I hope the legislation is basically a repeal of Section 151.35. We can get rid of audits. We can get rid of all the other things that qualify. It would just get rid of the statute. But, you know, this is just one little part of data centers. I'm really want to also recognize the Governor Abbott with signing of the ratepayer protection pledge and the course corrections that are now being talked about regarding not just tax abatements, but also water and electricity, noise pollution, siting issues. So this is going to be a big issue, as we all know. I can see the significant interest on the part of my fellow colleagues. When these bills were first passed, Madam Chair, in 2013, the 8 people that actually voted against it were all Democrat, of which Senator Zaffarini was one of them, Senator West was as well. In 2015, they were all Republican, other than Senator Zaffarini and Senator Garcia, but Senator Hall voted against it in 2015. So it's very interesting the way the votes cracked down in 2013, 2015. It tells you that, you know, this was not really maybe a huge issue at that point because of the small dollar amounts, but it's a big dollar amount now, $3.3 billion. I'm sure you can find, everyone on this dais can find some uses for that amount of money. So look forward to working with all the colleagues regarding the other issues associated with data centers. I want to recognize Mr. Reynolds. Thank you, sir, for your years of service to the state of Texas. My question to you is, what are you going to be doing next?
My intention is to go into genuine retirement.
Genuine retirement.
Good for you.
Go.
Well, we might bring you back. You never know. Senator Huffman's also voted against this bill in 2015, the future boss of the Comptroller's office.
Interesting.
Oh, yes, that's right. I'm sorry. She asked that there's a November. I'm presumption, I guess. We'll see. We'll see. Go ahead. You were saying?
May I make just, I want to explain one other thing, because I just heard you talk about, like, or someone talk about potential repeal of this exemption. The fiscal implications of that are going to depend on exactly how you write it. Because if all you did was come in and repeal these 2 exemptions, all those that are currently certified and receiving exemption would lose the ability to take exemption on the effective day of that bill. But of course, that's going to be an exceptionally controversial.
I was about to bring that up,
route to go
retroactive
for
aspect
you.
of it, right?
So if you write it to preserve the exemption for those that already have certification, it will be years before you have much positive, fiscal revenue effect, because all of these that already have certifications will continue to receive exemption. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear in case.
The retro aspect and the grandfathering of already existing data centers is certainly an issue. It's very similar to the 380 issue with that Senator King and Senator Colcourse mentioned. Dell was the first company to get a 380 agreement. It came into existence because of Dell. I don't think anyone can argue that having Dell headquartered in this case, in my district, Round Rock, has added massive amounts of jobs, but there's been a significant distortion of the 380 and re-looking at 380s. But do we grandfather the current existing 380 agreements, the pledges that the state of Texas made to those companies under existing law at that time? Or do we retroactively do something to them that dramatically changes their tax base at the local level when it comes to 380 agreements or any other sort of tax abatement that program that we have, whether it's 312s or 313s or in this case, Section 151. So getting rid of it, changing it versus, and then if we do get rid of it, do we grandfather it or retroactively do anything to it? Just some thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sure they'll be discussed at length. Thank you. All right, that's all the questions from senators, so we'll proceed. Thank you very much, Brad. Appreciate it. Thank you, both of you. Well, we've been doing it, but yeah, you noted over 2 hours, but it's a weighty subject. So we'll call up two other invited witnesses, Dan Diorio, the VP of State Policy from the Data Center Coalition, and Donna Howard from Matagorda County Against Data Centers. So as you can see, we invited someone from the industry and then someone who kind of represents the rural local opposition. So we'll hear both sides. And then we have, how many? 32 public witnesses registered, which we will move on to. Okay, Mr. Pronounce your name, Diorio, is that correct?
Diorio. Correct.
Diorio. Go ahead, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dan Diorio, and I'm the Executive Vice President of State Policy and Government Affairs for the Data Center Coalition. DCC is the National Membership Association for the data center industry. We represent leading data center owners and operators, as well as companies that lease large amounts of data center capacity. The majority of our members have long-term operations, infrastructure investments, and teams in Texas, and 13 are proudly headquartered here. As you all know, data centers provide the critical digital infrastructure that supports Texas businesses, government services, healthcare providers, schools, manufacturers, and millions of Texans every day. These are long-term investments that provide meaningful benefits to the Texas localities where they operate by creating high-quality jobs, generating critical tax revenues, supporting workforce development, and contributing to local economic growth. According to the latest PwC Economic Impact Study, the data center industry contributed $65.8 billion to Texas GDP in 2024, a 16% increase from 2023. The industry directly supported more than 103,000 jobs in Texas and contributed more than 428,000 jobs when including indirect and induced impacts. For every one job in a data center, more than 4.5 jobs are supported elsewhere in the economy. The exemptions we're discussing today are primarily used for capital investments such as servers, networking equipment, cooling systems, and other critical infrastructure. DCC members construct and operate highly efficient facilities and continually invest in advancing equipment, improved facility designs, and innovative operating strategies to meet demand responsibly. The exemptions are based on long-standing tax exemptions for similar capital-intensive industries such as manufacturing. In fact, Texas is one of 41 states that provides a sales tax exemption on manufacturing equipment. By defraying some of the costs of the inputs, it fosters continuous reinvestment in the facility to generate broader economic activity and taxable outputs. For data centers, servers are replaced on average every 3 to 5 years. That is their useful life, but it also accounts for evolutions in technology. New NVIDIA chips are at least 25% more energy efficient, and the exemption is a critical tool for ensuring Texans are served by digital infrastructure that is the most efficient and effective. New generations of servers, processors, cooling systems, and networking equipment can perform significantly more computing work using less electricity, in many cases, less water. As companies upgrade equipment, they improve the efficiency of the facility, reduce resource consumption, and support long-term sustainability goals. According to the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission in Virginia, the only state in which Texas is second, is the world's largest data center market. The exemption is consistent with tax policy principles that generally exempt businesses' production-related inputs and therefore provides equitable tax treatment with other capital-intensive industries. The State Department of Taxation and Virginia Economic Development Partnership Authority found that the data center sales tax exemption produced revenues greater than the value of the sales tax exemption by $2.1 billion, with an average annual return on incentive of 11% over a 5-year period. It also found that 90% of the investment would not have happened but for the sales tax exemption, and in some cases, this was 100%. Texas is realizing the significant return on investment from data centers and the economic activity. In 2024, again, according to PwC, data centers directly and indirectly contributed $2.2 billion in state tax revenue and $2.3 billion in local tax revenue. This helps fund schools, roads, public safety, and other essential services. These figures were calculated by PwC based on publicly available government data in 2024 and are net of incentives. The industry is committed to partnering on forward-looking grid solutions, being responsible stewards of natural resources, and serving as responsible and responsive partners in the localities where they operate. And these exemptions help support long-term investments necessary to achieve goals. But additional benefits can be seen throughout Texas. In writeup, Compass Data Centers has partnered with the Texas State Technical College to build a $12.6 million, 40,000 square foot training facility to help replicate an operating data center and get Texans the skills they need for the high demand careers while meeting the growing workforce needs of the industry. In El Paso, Meta announced it's expanding its investment to more than $10 billion, and it's going to support more than 300 permanent jobs and more than 4,000 construction jobs at peak. These examples demonstrate that data centers are not simply buildings. They are long-term investments in Texas communities that create jobs, strengthen workforce development, support education, and expand economic opportunity for Texans. They support a broad ecosystem of electricians, pipe fitters, HVAC technicians, manufacturers, suppliers, and small businesses throughout the state. As other states continue competing for these investments, maintaining a stable and competitive environment will help ensure that Texas continues to receive those benefits for years to come. We welcome the opportunity to ensure policies align with Texas standards, goals, and values. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Excuse me, Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the summary, but just wanted to make sure we got a couple points discussed. You've got 41 states that have some type of sales tax on, you said, manufactured equipment exemption, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and I assume you heard Brad's testimony that only about 14 of the states have an electrical exemption as well. Mm-hmm. And you agree with that number?
Yes, that sounds about right to me.
Okay. You made the point that I tried to make earlier, that you've got every 3 to 4 years you have a reinvestment cycle. I think you used 4. Mm-hmm. What does the industry think of their reinvestment strategy? Because they must already have done load analysis, water analysis, et cetera. So if you have an existing data center, we have 335 at this point, and let's say they don't even qualify for an exemption, they're not part of the 118 that are in process. They're going to expect to replace those chips, the primary drivers, the NVIDIA chips, and what type of CPU increase are they looking for, and how much less water consumption, or actually electrical consumption would be, I think, the first thing they would know. So what does this look like in the future? And my question is how is technology helping this along? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Senator, thank you for the question. You're exactly right. We see new chips coming out being far more energy efficient. That means that you can do more compute with that same amount of energy. And so for a data center, having those new chips in means that they can get more out of that existing facility. However, that does not reduce demand. And I think that's really the key to understanding why data centers are building out the way that they are. And it's because demand has significantly risen and continues to rise at an exponential rate. Talked about that hockey stick starting in about 2021.
Oh, I agree.
And so even as chips get more efficient, the demands continue to grow on the industry to be able to provide that capacity. Right now, we know we have according to Goldman Sachs, almost an 11 gigawatt shortfall in 2025 of demand versus existing capacity that continues to grow every day.
and let's talk about the demand for a second. Does the industry, if we used a flat line and saying that the existing data centers pre-COVID were probably not doing AI, okay, because that's probably a reasonable assumption. Do we have an idea what that percentage of demand is related to what our conventional, let's say more conventional data, cloud storage, government, private business, individual users that never get rid of the fireworks display from 2020 because I know I don't, okay? So I'm just curious what we see the future split is.
Yes, AI is currently less than a quarter of current compute, and it won't achieve near parity with traditional cloud computing until about 2034, 2035. So cloud continues to be the dominant factor driving data center build out. AI is a growth driver, and there's no question about that. It does have broad-reaching applications throughout the economy, and it has been around a lot longer than some folks realize. But cloud and the basic digital infrastructure that we all depend on continues to be the dominant reason for data center development.
And when you have that type of technology acceleration, because that's exceptional, okay, by any definition of it, there are other technologies on the horizon. One I'll use, Madam Chair, I was at U of H, and they've just released a paper on heat and heat transfer on being able to change how do you cool the chips from what is effectively heat island like you would see in a downtown office building with large rectangular bodies doing heat dissipation to effectively what are more organic trees or pulmonary design. That is probably 2 years out. So I'm curious, is there any at least public acknowledgement in the industry that they have major technology transformations coming within 5 years?
Certainly. This is an industry that continues to innovate at a significant pace to, I think, not only meet demands and do them, on a larger scale, but also to meet concerns. And I think that's meeting concerns with cooling, it's meeting concerns with electricity use, and continuing to innovate to provide the maximum digital infrastructure. It's also a global economic competitiveness imperative. We need to keep pace with other countries like China that have the ability to build this out very quickly, in addition to build energy infrastructure very quickly. And it's also a national security imperative because this is our data that we want stored here. All of those factors are driving the rapid technological innovation of the industry.
Yes, I was surprised you didn't mention national security in your layout, okay? And because specifically, there are some pretty substantial concerns there. I was at a national conference and I referenced the fact that the average Russian recruit has a 20 to 35 minute battlefield expectancy. Wow. And actually there was a member from the Ukrainian government in the audience that came up and said, yes, would you like to actually go see our AI data center that's driving all this? I turned it down respectfully. So I guess my point about concerns, I think the industry, while it's done a pretty good job of looking at the digitization requirements in the future, I think you haven't done a good job on your PR requirements. Would you like to make comments on that? Because you've got somebody that has major concerns following you.
No, I think that is definitely a fair assessment. And I think the way that the industry certainly has responded is by, and I'm speaking, broadly for our members, which are the leading data center owners and operators, the good actors that know how to develop. They are investing heavily in community engagement teams, and these community engagement teams are designed to be present members of that community, help to provide information and inform the community about what these projects are, what they aren't, and how they will be committed to using resources sustainably, and that they will fulfill that local community's economic development goals that they have, whether it be for jobs or revenue, et cetera, and building the economic activity in the area. So the industry is heavily investing in that because we definitely feel that it's a necessary engagement that needs to happen here throughout communities. This industry is obviously building very quickly to meet that exponential demand, but it's very clear, I think, that we need to be invested in community engagement for ultimate success.
Now, one last two questions here. You've said that you're looking at a build on the AI side of this, from at least for the percentage of the percentage of the available system, for lack of a better description, through 2034, 35. So at this point in time, there are no economic drivers the industry can see that this wave of unprecedented spending is going to slacken anytime soon.
Our members, as the leading companies doing data center development, are constantly recalibrating their forecasts. Just like in our electricity system, we don't want to overbuild and have a stranded asset. A data center does not want to have a building in which they have no use for it. And they also don't want to underbuild as well, because that creates the gaps that we see today between demand and existing capacity. So the industry is always recalibrating to ensure that they right-size investments and build out appropriately.
Now, there's one last point. You've got effectively, ongoing existing data centers. You have hyperscale. Okay. There was a concept about national security that was brought to me called sovereign. Okay, data centers. So I guess my question is, what percentage of this activity, grossly, okay, do you think relates to national security over time?
It's hard to put an exact number in that, but I think we see significant government services migrating over to the cloud. There are several data centers, at least that I'm aware of, in which, while not officially confirmed, it's known that they are primarily a state government or a government facility. We know that there are data centers here providing direct support for national security interests in the state of Texas. You could also look at national security certainly as broader than just military and defense. It's economic security, it's infrastructure security. All of that contributes to the overarching theme.
And Madam Chair, I would suggest the question would be, what percentage of that, or you have some estimates that would be good to understand, and more the traditional role of what national security is, but you can throw that in. But I think that would be useful to everyone making decisions here, because while there is a decision point about exemptions, okay, I think it's important to understand the current integral use of data centers and everything that we do at this point in time, because this industry has exploded in application in a decade. I mean, really what you're forecasting now is another even higher explosion of usage. Because if we're going to take that growth curve that you've talked about, Madam Chair, this is one of the biggest, in fact, it is the biggest single economic force in the country in the next 10 years. There's no question about it. Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'd like us all to have a copy of what you were reading.
Sure.
And I personally think that the data centers benefit more from Texas than Texas does from the data centers. But you were talking so much, or quickly, and I try to listen quickly, but you said something about and I hope the numbers are specific for Texas, that we benefit $2.3 billion in tax revenue, or was that number for something else?
It was $2.2 billion in state tax revenue, $2.3 billion in local tax revenue,
That you're saying,
specifically for Texas.
And I'm sorry I was talking over you, but you're saying those dollars come to Texas in the way of taxes?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
Through all of the different activities that are taxable.
Like, for instance?
Like, for instance, digital services, the equipment that is not subject to tax. It also includes payroll taxes. It also includes other industries as well,
Right.
including manufacturing.
Let me stop you there. With data centers built, say, in Virginia or somewhere else, don't we still get the use of the data centers? information and the cloud and all of that? AI?
No.
Just not physically here in Texas, but we would get the service.
No. There's
We
an
only
inherent.
get data center services, the benefits, if they're built in Texas?
The data is specifically built, the centers are built specifically to serve Texas because of population, because of cloud regions, and because of latency needed for services.
But
Latency
right
is
now-
fast data.
Sure. But right now, we're getting data from other centers that are not in Texas because they haven't been built yet. Is that correct?
I think that's depends on the service you're using. If
course
you're using an app, you're likely getting that from a data center here because it needs a low level of latency. I think it's more likely than not you're getting it from Texas.
And if we, whether it's science fiction or not, if we shoot a data center up into space, we'll be able to get data from there. And that's not located in Texas. Would that be right? I'm not a master of all of this, so I'm needing your help.
Data centers require physical connections. I think it's unlikely anytime in the near future there's a data center in space.
Well, I wouldn't put it past anybody, but, and then you said that you create how many jobs?
In the state of Texas, it was 103,000, over 103,000. And then when you look at the indirect and induced impacts, it's over 428,000.
So what am I missing when the comptroller that Mr. Reynolds that was talking to us about jobs, when they're doing the audit, sometimes they have trouble filling 20 or 40 full-time employees because you can't count the construction. But if you're looking at the tax exemption that they get, one of the criteria is to have it, for instance, if it's a large data center, you've got to have 40 employees. If you're telling me there's hundreds of thousands of jobs that are created, why are they having problems getting 40? What's that disconnect that I'm not getting?
Well, that was 6 companies out of the 20 that were audited already that were eligible for audit according to the Comptroller's office. The other remaining are employing likely well over that because of their size as they continue to hit those milestones.
I'm missing how we go from 40, difficult to get 40, how we're jumping to 100,000+ jobs.
I don't
not
think
counting
the vast majority of those had difficulty. It was just the 6 of the 20 that were audited.
So maybe 6 couldn't reach 20 employees, but the others can reach in the thousands?
Yes.
Not counting the temporary jobs of construction?
What I would say on the construction jobs is most folks think they're temporary. I think the building trades would probably say otherwise. I tell you the data that I have from PwC for how they calculate it. They calculate it using NAICS codes primarily.
Okay.
Be happy to send you that report for their data.
I think that it would be nice for us if it's okay with the chairman, for you to send.
I think
Yes.
that's what Senator Paxton was getting at earlier, right? Right.
But what you're reading and how you're supporting those numbers, if you get them to the committee.
Yes, that's
It
from.
seems like things are not adding up, but maybe I need a little AI help. I don't know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Be happy to get you that PwC report.
Senator Hinojosa, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on the 103,000 jobs that you see that was created, do those include the temporary construction jobs when a data center is being constructed?
That is in the 428,000 number. And again, I think what we see in construction activity now, data centers are responsible for, from May 2023 to May 2024, 69% year-over-year increase in construction activity. That far outpaces any other sector. Construction jobs, while some think that they are temporary, and again, I encourage you to talk to members of the building trades, what we see is that crews get contracted for the long term. They get contracted for multiple buildings on a site, or they get contracted for multiple sites throughout the state. As crews get experienced, that company will contract them for multiple sites throughout the state to ensure that they can have an experienced crew. So we see construction jobs go from a 2 to 3 year job to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years of reliable, consistent work.
It would seem to me that the type of skilled labor you need for construction data centers would be very specialized when you have this group of construction workers move from place to place to site.
It's, I wouldn't call it specialized. It's electricians and plumbers and pipe fitters. And when they get experience with data center design, or at least one particular company's, standard of design that they use, they're able, then it's beneficial for that company to retain them for the long term.
But those are not what you call some of the skilled labor you need. You wouldn't find it in some of the rural towns where you're constructing this data centers.
That would depend on the site in the rural community. It's possible that there may need to be additional workers come in from in the state of Texas.
Let me ask, when you make these presentations to, let's say, a local county in Willacy County or a small rural city town up in the rural areas, who makes the presentation about the jobs and the benefits that the local community would receive?
It's going to probably vary depending, but most often it will likely be the company itself with local officials that they've talked to on the economic development side and local officials that they've worked with on this project to, talk about the project, how it's going to develop, what it's coming in for, ultimately what the power and water resource needs may be there. So it's a combination of the industry as well as the local officials responsible for either the local government or local infrastructure.
But many of these small rural towns and some of the counties don't have the expertise to be able to verify the information that you're providing them about the benefits that the local community will receive.
I can't comment on whether or not they would have the expertise so much as, representing the leading companies doing this and the good actors in the state. It's important, I think, and it's one thing that we've stressed and are working on internally, are ways that we can help provide local guidelines for communities in terms of how do you evaluate this developer? How do you ensure that this developer is one of the ones that knows how to do this, has a track record of developing, and is actually going to meet these requirements? Because I do agree with you, I think it is important that communities have the right types of resources available to them to evaluate these projects. Speaking for DCC, we are challenged by a lot of new entrants to the marketplace. Those new entrants don't have sophistication. They don't have track record of development that the members of the DCC do. And so the more help that we can provide as an industry, which is something that we're working on internally to help provide those guidelines for Texas communities that need that information to evaluate.
Right. I think many instances, what happens is you oversell the benefits to the local leadership that doesn't have the resources or the expertise to be able to judge whether or not the information you're providing is correct. The pushback actually comes from the residents, the voters in the communities who push back on some of the so-called benefits that I think, in my opinion, are really oversold to local rural communities here in Texas.
Senator, if I may, I want to provide just a few examples, I think, where the benefits weren't oversold. Loudoun County, Virginia has about $1 billion of tax revenue coming in this year just for data centers.
What about Texas?
I understand that. I'm providing just some examples I think that will help provide that. Red Oak, Texas has $13 billion coming in on formerly tax-exempt land. That was land that they did not have a revenue stream on. In areas of the country like Covington, Georgia, they are voting to get rid of residential property taxes because of a data center. And again, if I could go back just to Loudoun County for 1 second, they've reduced taxes 2 years in a row in the county, directly attributable to data center revenue. So there's tremendous opportunities here, and I think we see those benefits very much flowing into communities.
I don't think we have the data on that. Certainly the Comptroller's office didn't have it. It'd be interesting to provide that and verify the information you're testifying to. Mm-hmm. Just a couple of more questions. One of the things that we talked about is some of the concerns the local communities have is that we are in a severe drought area in South Texas and Coastal Bend area. I'm sure other parts of West Texas have the same challenges with water. So the site selection factors that are considered, water is one of those issues. Yet I see some of the data centers being located in areas that are experiencing a very severe drought. How do you match that and explain that?
Not all data centers use water for cooling. Data centers do not make those decisions in a vacuum. They make them based on local factors, local water availability, availability of different water sources, whether it be recycled, produced, or brackish water in some cases, in which we're rapidly advancing the ability to use those sources, produced water and brackish water specifically. So those decisions are made in consultation based on the local, with the local infrastructure provider, based on the local conditions, the local climate. And in fact, data centers are amongst the most efficient water users in the economy. They use less water than food and beverage production. They use less water than semiconductor manufacturing and less than what's lost to water leaks in municipal water systems on an annual basis.
Yeah, you talk real fast.
Sorry, apologies.
Well, it's just that for me, just common sense, if I look in Rio Grande Valley, for example, we have the sugarcane industry completely wiped out because lack of water. We have the citrus industry under a lot of stress and pressure. And data centers are being located down in the valley without proper vetting, whether there's enough water or not, whether you leave some of the community without any water.
What I would say to that is, first off, again, those decisions are not made in a vacuum. They're made based on those conditions. Water providers cannot reallocate water from one customer to another. And data centers, there's a trade-off between energy and water use. If you use more water, you'll use less energy for cooling. If you use more energy, you'll use less water. And again, it comes back to there's no one-size-fits-all method of cooling. You have to tailor that cooling technology to what's available in that community. So if water is not available, if water is stressed, it is highly unlikely that a data center will use a water-based cooling system.
Well, you said one or the other. Generating, if you need more generating electricity, you use less water. You need more water, you use less electricity. I don't understand. I guess I'm confused about that explanation.
Yeah, so it's, for example, I live in Colorado. It's a drier climate. I had formerly an evaporative cooler on my house. And so my energy bills during the summer were quite low compared to other, air conditioning, central air systems. But my water bill was a little bit higher. When I switched to a traditional central air system, my water use stayed flat, but my power bill goes up. That's kind of just how the trade-off works there.
Well, here, the problem and the issue, and I don't know about Colorado, here in Texas, we have a situation where our electric grid, is under a lot of stress, where we have severe droughts. I mean, it's not compatible what you're answering and the way you're responding, because to me it seems that if you go to an area that doesn't have water, there's a shortage of water, there's a problem with blackouts in terms of generating enough electricity because it's growing, that you would select some other area that's more appropriate for a data center.
Data centers do tend to locate where there is available power. However, last year, Senate Bill 6, this was an important piece of legislation in which the data center industry leaned in heavily on and was supportive of, at least this portion of it as we continue to work it out, which is the ability for data centers to be good stewards of the grid and to be able to curtail their use when ERCOT gets stressed in an emergency situation. That was the key focus of the bill and something that the industry very much supported, because we want to ensure that situations never happen again where neighborhoods are turned off while data centers are on the grid.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you say you live in Colorado?
I do.
Do y'all have many data centers there?
We don't, because Colorado actually does not have a state sales tax exemption for data centers.
Okay.
They also don't have the jobs or the economic input. They also have companies headquartered there. They don't have nearly the capital investment. Colorado is losing significant population and is about mid-20s on the economic rankings, whereas Texas is number 1.
Okay, let's get into some of the issues that I have. So of the 138 certified data centers, do you know how many of them are your members of your coalition?
I do not. I would say it's likely, given that we represent the leading ones, I'd say probably a good chunk of them are.
Okay. Were any of them, any of the 6 that were non-compliant?
I do not know that information. I can definitely find out from our members. I would honestly, if I had to make an estimate here, and again, I will find out more directly, I would say it's unlikely that those 6 were our members, because our members are very much committed to building, and when they build, they have no problem hitting those thresholds.
Okay, we've talked a lot about the job creation, Senator Colcourse and Campbell, and can you tell us on average, just with your members, how many jobs are created, small ones and the large ones?
Sure. In this case, since we're talking about the single occupant data centers, they're most likely to have about 100 jobs and up in those facilities, according to the larger ones that are being built today. We see, obviously, I pointed out one example where a large hyperscaler has 300 operational jobs. As the centers get larger, those are increasing out. Those operational jobs are jobs that don't require a 4-year degree. We have, in addition to that, Texas State Technical College, as I mentioned. These are opportunities where you go through a couple-month certification process, and you can be an IT technician, a systems technician within these facilities. They're highly complicated. They have system monitoring for servers, for energy, for cooling, and they need to be staffed 24/7, 365 to mitigate any, anything that happens at any one point, because digital infrastructure is an essential service. And so, again, I would say, for the ones that we're talking about in this exemption, 100 and up is typically the standard.
Why do you think that a handful were challenged to create 20 jobs?
Again, I think it's unlikely that they are our members, and I can't speculate as to why. What I can tell you is that, again, it's important to ensure that the good actors are the ones moving forward with this. I think it's the newer actors, the ones that don't have the track record of development, that have a problem meeting these thresholds. And I think that's where, looking at the best type of guardrails and guidelines to ensure that you're getting the ones that know how to do this is a key portion of ensuring the accountability here.
Okay. What are your members looking for when they are looking for land to purchase for data centers?
It's going to depend on a variety of factors, depending on the company itself. Usually you're looking for available land with access to some kind of infrastructure, typically, energy infrastructure, but you also need fiber, relatively close by. Large distances away from fiber can be cost prohibitive to actually get the fiber in. I think that's an often overlooked aspect of data center development, because that's the network. You need to connect there. And it could also depend on, water availability, depending on which type of cooling system you may use. And again, those decisions aren't made, if this factor or if this piece of land has XYZ, but there's water shortage, you're not going to have a water-based cooling system. You will use something that is less water intensive.
Yeah, and speaking of water, Senator Hinojosa pointed out the drought issues that we're having. So just trying to figure out, like for Harris County, for example, how communities can verify a data center's water draw before it's approved, and what accountability exists thereafter.
That should be part of the agreement with the local water authority if they're going to be on a municipal water system. That water authority, in my experience, has to verify that plan and ensure that it's the most efficient plan that it can be. I can't speak for Texas specifically, but I know in other parts of the country where water authorities, in particular for municipal water supplies, have a lot of say over what a company can and can't do. And if they don't feel like a company has met the efficiency metrics and needs, they will tell them to alter their plan, and that they've done that significantly.
Okay. Did you testify in the House Committee, Natural Resources?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I understand that there it was revealed that there's just a small fraction of facilities that answered a statutory requirement for the Texas Water Development Survey. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am. We worked very closely with the Water Development Board after that. What we found is that their data was very, very inaccurate. And as soon as we found that out, our members immediately contacted the Water Development Board to cure that data. We had members that they were sending the survey to an office park somewhere that was not affiliated with the company. We found that they weren't actually, accurately counting all of their sites. So our members immediately contacted the board and the number there to cure those deficiencies and to get the board the information they need.
Okay, good to know. Do you happen to know what your members are doing when they first select an area that they're going to go into, when they contact local authorities, when they contact the community?
I would say right now it's become evidently clear that needs to happen early and often. I won't say that every member of our coalition or any industry can be 100% perfect. What I will say is the moment is not lost on us in this respect to ensure that we are doing early and often stakeholder engagement. And I think it's clear that perhaps hasn't happened in the past, but I think 100% you're going to see it happen more robustly, moving forward.
Yeah, because now we're in a coulda, woulda, shoulda situation. And do you understand why people are outraged with what's happening with the rapid growth of data centers and how it's impacting their lives?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's very clear that all of, these are extremely valid and important questions that need to be answered in local communities. This is an industry that is moving very rapidly to meet demand, but it's clear that it cannot develop without the support of the localities where they operate. And that, again, these are extremely important questions that the industry has to answer and has to be a president and member of that community to ensure that they are answering those questions.
Because I feel like your industry has failed communities across our state. When I asked Mr. Reynolds how many data centers could start the certification process, I didn't expect to hear 10 a month. I thought maybe half of that. So it's a serious issue. So I hope that your coalition, your industry, can start to show some sympathy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the economic development data you gave us, did you say that included property taxes as well?
Yes, that should include property taxes in that 2.3 billion number.
And that's just what's paid to date, right?
Yeah, in 2024, because that's the latest data that PwC had full, complete data on.
Okay, because the reason it was seeming a little low, I'm thinking of a project in one of the rural counties I represent, and like I said, it's probably going to be on the rolls for about $10 billion. That, and they're bringing their own power, so that's part of that too. That county, you average out all the tax rates, it comes to about it averages out to $1.81 per $100 valuation, which is about $181 million a year in property taxes. And I understand for certain periods they've got various incentives that reduce that, but I think it's at least going to pay like $100 million over the first 10 years, even with all the incentives. So it'd be really good to get more accurate numbers on what it looks like, not just in 2024, but what does it look like for our communities we represent going forward this year and next year and the year after that, because I'm assuming that over the next 10 or 15 or 20 years, particularly as any incentives run out, that it's going to be actually tens of billions of dollars in tax revenue, property tax revenue.
I think that's...
And none of that goes to the state. That's all for local communities. So on the water issue, I know we're supposed to be on sales tax, but since it's kind of come up. So the way I understand a closed loop system is it's basically a radiator that you fill up. And unless something goes wrong, just like on your car, you don't have to fill it up again for a long time. There's very little evaporation or other loss.
That's correct.
At least what this project in my county is promised is that they're using the equivalent of about 180 residential properties a year for water for that cooling system. Does that sound right or does that sound wrong?
That sounds about right. Depending on the size of the facility, it's going to be a minimal amount, you know, as compared. Obviously, it's not quite apples to apples as far as a larger facility like that to a residential home, but it would be a minimum amount.
And how does that compare to the water usage, like say in the Tiger Woods Golf Course that's in construction on my county? What's it in my home county? What is that? What does the water usage compare to like for a golf course?
A golf course is a data center's. A golf course would use significantly more than a data center on a daily basis. That's safe.
Do you have any like real numbers on that other than?
I hate to disparage
be
the golf
interesting,
industry
no.
significantly, as I know there are many golfers. I'm not a golfer, but I know I could tell you at least in another state, data centers in Arizona use less water than the golf courses there, less acre feet of water. But I could get you
Yeah, but
some.
it doesn't
more
rain there.
What's that?
It doesn't rain in Arizona.
Yes, but again, it's, you know, it just goes to not all data centers use water. But I think I can try to narrow that down for a more exact number. I don't want to overestimate, don't want to underestimate it as well.
And this one center that I'm looking at, they've got about 5,000 construction jobs attached to it, and it'll take a number of years, and it's causing a lot of traffic and a lot of other issues right now, of course. And but it'll have about 250 permanent jobs. What do those jobs look like? You mentioned them earlier, but I mean, part of them are like janitorial, taking care of the yard maintenance, but are most of them technical or most of them?
Most of them are going to be on the more technical side. They're going to be the ones staffing the data center around the clock, working on the equipment itself, doing the IT, doing cybersecurity, and doing the system, you know, monitoring basically on how you operate this system, and then how you coordinate any needed maintenance needs or anything like that. So those are going to be not traditional 4-year degree jobs.
And on the siding issue that came up, I know if someone was building one next to my property, we'd be having a lot of discussions because it's kind of a not in my backyard thing, and would change change what's going on around my property and my lifestyle possibly and everything else, depending on how it's set up and where it's built and how big the property is and all those things. But I also understand siding, particularly for where you're thinking in terms of surgical robotics or manufacturing robotics or things like that, that time and distance, even for a stock exchange with Dallas Stock Exchange, that time and distance is a major factor in where those things are located. And that's why you're saying in Texas.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. It's latency. So the how fast data travels from point A to point B. There are applications throughout the economy that are very latency sensitive, where you need that quick transfer of data in order to operate manufacturing processes, financial transactions, online classrooms. You know, when you're streaming a video, things like that. Electronic healthcare records, telehealth appointments. All of that needs quick transfer of data. So that's why it's, I would say, more likely than not that the data that we're all receiving and using on our phones right now is going through Texas.
So that said, I also want to say that your coalition, and I know we've talked a lot and met a lot over the last few years, but your coalition has done a horrible job on working with local communities and on marketing, and particularly working with neighboring property owners. Mm-hmm. And it may be more so the speculators, those that are the independents. Speculators doesn't have a good connotation, but the independents that have not been community oriented, have not sat down with the neighboring property owners and tried to make accommodations and how can we work with it. But that is something y'all have to fix. Otherwise, you're going to get a fight in every community you go to. And I've got one going on right down the street from me right now when I got good friends on both sides of it. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Follow up there, Senator King. The number one complaint that I receive in our office is maybe not in this order, but certainly might flip, but it's water usage, electrical usage, but more importantly, noise pollution and light pollution. And I think that what we struggle with in the rural areas is that so many of these facilities are going into non-typical industrial places. So in Texas, welcome to Texas, glad you're here. Spend a little time in your state. I'm fascinated that Colorado doesn't have a data center. But in Texas, we have industrial zones, and we have places that you expect industry to be. Now, we don't give counties regulation to regulate like we do cities. I'm sure that will be debated. But the problem, like Senator King said, is that you can't make up. When I was driving through West Texas, and I can pull it up for you. We're driving down the highway, headed west, and I could not believe the glow, like in the middle of a pasture. And it was just, it was invasive. And I'm just the driver. I'm not the neighbor. It was just literally invasive. Like, what is that? Like, is that a starship that's landed from outer space? Or what is that? And so I would ask this as a question. Why do you have to have so many lights? Why do you have to have so much light pollution?
A lot of that is going to be security functions. These are facilities that house a highly amount of sensitive data. It's all of our data. And so they're going to have a significant amount of security measures there.
You have to do it with light? Can you not have security officers?
Well, I can't comment on whether or not I think light is an effective deterrent, but I would say for most it probably is, to ensure safety and security of the personnel that are in the building.
How can you, and again, do we need data centers? I think, we've all talked about, we've all used, I watched the audience, everybody's looking down at their phone, everybody's using it, right? But on the flip side, how does it not have to be so invasive? The other thing is, the noise level that we endure. Can the industry not police itself? Like, for example, I met with a data center recently and said, look, just because the city says you have to be under 82 decibels, can't you be a better citizen and be below that? Can you get to 50? Can you? And they're like, well, probably. Then do it. Be good neighbors, right? So what is the industry doing to meet these legitimate outcries from their neighbors?
On the issue of noise first, I think there's not a whole lot of research out there on noise levels. We have the report out of Virginia that said, we don't find it to be any other, louder than any other common sounds. However, I think questions about siting are important ones. It's something the industry is very much wrestling with right now, which is we need to be responsive partners. And being a responsive partner is determining where you site these things and ensuring that you're going into areas where the infrastructure is available, but maybe you're not across the street from a residential neighborhood. That is absolutely a fair question. Something that I think is an important question when it comes to different jurisdictions to be able to require that. But I know, and I can express to you, that we are looking at that very heavily in the industry. What we see also as well is new technologies coming out. For example, a member of ours is Johnson Controls. They make cooling systems for data centers. Their new technologies coming out are using, just sort of a newer design that's going to be significantly quieter for cooling systems than older technology. I think data centers are being responsive to when and how they test backup generators that they need to have for continuity of services. But as you pointed out, I think it comes down to how does that data center respond. I would say for the vast majority of our members, and I would say all of our members, they're committed to being that responsive partner. So getting a noise complaint, understanding then how can they mitigate that, how can they continue to mitigate those concerns moving forward. So I know that that's perhaps not the most comprehensive or definitive answer, but I think we are recognizing very much right now that being a responsive partner is a priority, and ensuring that we do sound studies at the outset, noise mitigation measures, whether they're vegetative barriers, how do we ensure that we're mitigating this on the front end, but if we get a complaint that we respond, and we respond swiftly and efficiently.
So, Madam Chair, I know what the charge is today, and I would ask two last questions. Do you see a lot of prospecting going on, like perhaps someone trying to secure the land? Like I mentioned, 6 data centers in a tiny rural county.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a lot of prospecting, a lot of tire kicking? Is Senate Bill 6, when they finally draw that line, Senator King, it's your bill, but I make it real simple, is there's kind of a line that's going to be drawn, and if you're in above the line, you're in. If you're below the line, you're gone. Do you think that there's a lot of prospecting going on, and we're going to see some of these leave?
I think it's fair to say that there is some prospect. I don't know if I could put a number about it because I don't want to, overrepresent or underrepresent, but having reasonable barriers to entry is something that we very much supported in Senate Bill 6 and otherwise. You have to, part of this is all just forecasting load, right? Whether it's electricity, whether it's water, whether it's, all of the different developments that communities are trying to evaluate right now. Having barriers to entry so that you can forecast this appropriately and ensure that these are real projects with real developers is key, and it's something the industry supports.
I'm sure that you saw over the weekend that there was a data center in Henderson County that has withdrawn because of Governor Abbott's requirements, that they admitted they could not make those requirements. Do you think what the governor has done thus far is going to get rid of some of the tire kickers?
I certainly think so, yes. And I think that would be very much a good thing and beneficial for the state of Texas.
And then finally, will these data centers keep coming to Texas if we repeal the sales tax exemption?
I think combined with other power issues going on, batch zero, et cetera, I do have concerns about long-term competitiveness. We see in other states, and again, while I don't have an example in Texas, we see 90% but for, 100% but for in some instances. So I do have concerns about the long-term, competitiveness, and what signal it may send, and especially send to the other industries as well, like manufacturing, steel fabrication, and others that are relocating to Texas because they work in close partnership with the data center industry.
But you said that Texas, on all these metrics, is number one versus Colorado. So I, Madam Chair, have this feeling that if you want to be in Texas because of what we've built here, I think you're going to come without all these incentives because it's the best decision for your company. Bottom line does make a lot of sense, but I appreciate your opening remarks, and I'll be supporting your bill. Thank you.
Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, and I'm thinking about a lot of different questions that members have asked, and I look forward to getting the document that you shared at the beginning, like Senator Campbell had asked for. But how many members do you have?
51.
In the United States?
Yes. They're all U.S. based companies.
So 51 total. How many in Texas?
We have 13 headquartered here. I want to say we have well over half of those, probably in the low 30s, have facilities or planned developments here.
Okay. And how many of your members that are operating in Texas, how many currently receive the sales tax exemption?
I would have to look at the exact numbers based on the eligibility. It would apply to the large cloud provider or hyperscale companies. So that would be about 4 or 5, including a company like Oracle.
Okay.
So it'd be Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Oracle.
So you're saying that they would qualify, but do you know how many are actually?
I don't. I'd have to look that up just to
Okay.
ensure it.
But you feel like that's the reason that data centers come to Texas?
I think it's an important factor because it is an ongoing capital expense. When you're investing in facilities that are providing this essential infrastructure and you have the ability to plan for the future and to have that server refresh cycle where you can get up-to-date technology in that is faster and more efficient, it allows you to continue to invest in that facility for a significant amount of time, as well as not just in that equipment itself, but in the expansion and otherwise. So that's where we see some of those $250 million, $500 million going up to total of $9 billion in investment. It's that continuous cycle of investment and reinvestment in the facility.
But your guesstimate of the 30 or so that are in Texas is that it's 4 or 5?
based on the eligibility of the sales tax exemption.
Okay. That doesn't seem to be the determining factor then.
It is a significant determining factor for those companies as they are the major cloud providers. You know, they're the ones that are providing that basic service, you know, that are probably supporting, you know, many of the applications that we rely on every day.
But a small percentage of the total. One other question I had, what are the eligibility requirements for a company to join your coalition?
You have to have, depending on the level you want to be at, you have to have a certain amount of megawatts in operation. We do have one pre-operational category, which is only a few companies at this point that we vetted very thoroughly to ensure that, you know, they are actually going to come to fruition. But for our membership, you have to have a certain amount of megawatts under construction for our owner-operator category.
Do you have any ethical requirements for your members?
I mean, they have to be a company in good standing. You know, they cannot be a company that's, you know, in default. But I don't know that I'd have to go into any kind of other financial requirements or things like that. But again, it's that megawatts under construction and in good standing.
I think part of what we're hearing today with a lot of the backlash that communities are expressing around data centers coming is around a lack of perceived transparency at a minimum, and concern over operators coming in and operating in good faith. Mm-hmm. I would suggest that it might be worth your while to consider some ethical requirements for your members. Do you have any best practices that you support with your members and advocate or educate them on with regard to going into communities and working well and being a good neighbor?
Mm-hmm. We have very much, we are developing policies and principles, you know, right now that we can, you know, actively, you know, put out there, I think, for consumption in addition to guidelines. But we have very heavily stressed to our members that early and often community engagement is going to be, you know, success. Like that's the key to a successful development and developing trust with that community. And I think our vast majority of our members are very much committed to that principle and have been putting that into practice for not just the last, you know, several years, you know, not just the last several months, but the last several years.
I would suggest that is sort of the black hole right now, is trust. And when people have a lot of unknowns, there's usually a lot of distrust. So, you know, I think it might be worth some thought toward adopting some ethical standards for members as a suggestion, and really pushing that early engagement so that people understand what's happening, and so they have choices. I think that none of my communities want these imposed upon them. That just kind of goes against the entire grain of what it means to be a Texan. We want to choose, and I think if you know, you want to come into a community, then prove it. Prove it to us. Don't make us prove it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. That's all the questions we have for you, sir. Thank you very much for being here. We
Thank you.
appreciate your participation. Ms. Howard, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Donna Howard. I'm a citizen of Matagorda County, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Just a few weeks ago, volunteer firefighters in my county responded to an emergency, a chemical used as a precursor in the manufacture of a highly dangerous nerve agent. Those volunteers did exactly as they were expected to do. They answered the call. What many people don't know is that our county did not have one single level A hazmat suit available had that situation escalated. That event brought me to the realization that rural communities are increasingly being asked to host projects that require resources that many of us just do not have. Then, only weeks later at a public meeting, my community became aware that we are to become home to one of the largest proposed data center campuses in Texas, a project covering approximately 1,200 acres with plans of up to 2 gigawatts of electrical capacity. At that same public meeting, a generational farmer stood to speak. Fighting back tears, he described watching farmland his family had worked for generations disappear to make way for development of data centers in the infrastructure that supports them, with little regard for the contribution farmers make to our economy. At that moment, the conversation stopped being about technology. It became about the people. Those two experiences deeply affected me and caused me to ponder one question. What is the state of Texas buying with these incentives for small rural counties that have little to no control over what is changing their landscape for many years to come? I support economic development. Matagorda County welcomes industry and responsible growth. Our county contributes through agriculture, manufacturing, petrochemical facilities, commercial fishing, tourism, ports, and energy production. We understand investment and we understand jobs, and we understand the importance of keeping Texas economically competitive. But today's projects are very different. They're larger. They require extraordinary amounts of electrical infrastructure. They often require extensive transmission development. They can affect thousands of acres instead of hundreds. With these incentives, rural Texans are expected to give up potential revenue that could support roads, fire protection, parks, libraries, drainage, and law enforcement, just to name a few. In many cases, these projects may also seek multiple additional forms of public support, including a jetty limitation on school maintenance and operations taxes, a county tax abatement, an economic development agreement, a reinvestment zone designation, and infrastructure assistance. When public investments are layered together, I believe Texans deserve to evaluate the entire public investment, not just one piece of it. As projects become larger, I believe our expectations for accountability should become larger as well. That doesn't mean saying no. It means asking better questions. How many temporary construction jobs will actually be filled by local workers? How many permanent jobs will be created and filled by local citizens? What long-term economic value remains in the host community after the temporary construction workforce leaves? What additional responsibilities fall on local government? How are emergency services affected? How will those outcomes be measured? And will those measurements be reported publicly? Years later, will Texas be able to determine whether the investment produced the return taxpayers were promised? Those questions are not anti-business. They're not anti-technology. They're questions about stewardship, something my rural county of Matagorda knows well. Texas has become a national leader in attracting investment. I hope we remain one. As this committee reviews these incentive programs, I respectfully encourage you to consider not only what these projects bring to Texas, but also what Texas is investing to attract them, what rural communities contribute to support them, and whether those public investments are producing measurable results for the taxpayers who make them possible. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Howard, thank you for being here. It was a very thoughtful presentation. Senator Campbell has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask you, did you say that in the whole county of Matagorda, this is really, it's off the topic.
That's
but
okay.
You
Is it
said,
about the hazmat suits?
Yeah.
That got my attention too, yeah.
You said the hazmat suit, there wasn't a what?
A level A hazmat suit. They had a chemical release of, it was a chemical making sarin gas.
I'm sorry, I'm talking over you.
It's okay.
But there's the South Texas nuclear power plant there.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you telling me, and you said there were none in the county, are you telling me that the nuclear power plant doesn't have a level A hazmat suit?
I can't speak to inside the plant. I'm speaking in regards to our voluntary fire department.
Well, let me just tell you, they have the maximum, because I've been a previous you know, I helped previously when I did the emergency room in case there was a chemical, you know, release or of some, you know, significance, or if there was a failure in the nuclear power plant. So they do have them. So you cannot say that in the county you don't have a level A hazmat suit, whether it's for the volunteer or not. We've put a lot of money. The chairman has made sure we put a lot of money for the volunteer fire department. So perhaps they need to get one if they don't. But I'm just correcting for the record that there is, and I don't need a response. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. Thank you, Ms. Howard. Thank you for being here. Oh, Senator Colcourt. Sorry, I didn't see your light. Yes, ma'am.
How are you doing today? Just wanted to, I'm reading over your testimony, and I thought it was very balanced in that you're not anti-economic development. So your constituents in Matagorda County, Senator Huffman, that's your
It is, yes.
one of your
I think it's reflective of many of our rural counties that do have technology and provide and support the Texas economy in big ways, but have concerns about this. I know you represent a lot of those counties too.
And I represented Matagorda County for a long time. So I want to say, on data centers specifically, I mean, what are you hearing from your constituents? And how many do y'all have proposed in Matagorda County?
Well, we started a group many months ago. We have a really large community involvement at this point in time in our county. It makes it difficult, like a lot of you have spoke to about the transparency issue. It does create a big problem when people don't know what's going on, or if they have a farm where a data center is going to go in next to them. You know, it just causes a lot of problems for people. But it doesn't help when we do things like pull an public information request, for example. And I won't use any company names or anything like that, but on one prominent company, once the records were released, they're specifically asking if any discussions about water will be part of a public information request. So it's things like that that when it comes to light, everybody's already worried about the water issue to begin with. And then you have like some vague questions about whether, you know, it would be up for public disclosure if they discuss it in emails. So there are issues like that. Also, the company that we have, you were talking about ethics. The company that is coming into our county happened to, there was some constituents in another area of Texas that wanted to put a noise rule in effect, for lack of a better word. And the company actually sued the constituents for trying to get a noise ordinance. So when you're dealing with a lot of the unknown already, and then you see situations like this, it really compounds the problem and makes it more difficult. I was very lucky when they came in a couple of weeks ago to do a community meeting, that the CEO of the company reached out to me and told me, you know, I could come meet him, have meetings. But then when you ask some direct questions that should be very easy to answer, that are not proprietary information, that you would think could be easily answered, you just kind of get ignored. So I think that part of everything is very difficult for the county as a whole.
And are you seeing that the county has given, I'm guessing that this is in a non-incorporated area, are you seeing that the county is giving incentives? Because I don't know.
We have a commissioner's court that I think in the beginning, like all of us, we didn't really understand what was happening, and we've all gotten really educated, I would say, over the last 6 months. So where I think the extra incentives like abatements or pilots and all that kind of thing were happening, I don't mean this rude, but it was happening in ignorance because people just really didn't know. But now that county commissioners are learning, and I think that we've kind of stirred up a hornet's nest. Respectfully so, we haven't had any negative issues with the back and forth in our county, luckily. But I think that it's brought a lot to light, even for the commissioners themselves. And so their way of thinking about how they're going to handle in executive session things that come across their desk is changing a little bit.
So if I were to summarize what I'm hearing from you, because again, Matagorda has, as Senator Campbell pointed out, a nuclear power plant. I know that in parts of my district, we have a small modular reactor being put in. I know that I have industry all over Senate District 18, but I've never seen kind of the complete pushback on one particular industry that I have seen against data centers. Again, steel manufacturing plants, ice cream manufacturers, just people that usually support business do not support data centers. So one of the things that I've been drilling down into is to make sure that this is a genuine concern on, as I stated, water usage, electrical usage, and then noise pollution and light pollution.
I think that the fear really does come from the water a lot in my county because it is a farm industry. And, they've been shut off from getting water to grow rice. And now, there's this perception that there's going to be, astronomical amounts of water used. And while part of it I can buy into when it's discussed about the closed loop system and that there's water not used at the data center anymore like they used to be, depending on what kind it is. But that still doesn't negate the fact that it needs power generation for the chips, right? To run the data center. So really all you've done is moved that water need to a different place in the whole system. It might not be right there at the data center anymore, but a power plant that's going to send the power to power that data center is going to require enormous amounts of water to cool that off. For instance, the one that's coming in for us, I think it's 1.2 gigawatts of power requires anywhere from 1.2 to 1.6 billion gallons of water a year to cool that off. So while, things are changing and I hope that they get better for everybody, we know we don't want to have our resources, in danger for our grandchildren and that kind of thing. Right now, that's the situation we're dealing with. So I tend to see a lot of play on words. That doesn't help anything either. Part of the PIR release, when we had the meeting, the company indicated that they were going to be giving up part of their water contract, or not, they said that they were going to be lowering the amount that they were going to take. But then when we saw the PIR, it's specifically asking, can we transfer this water contract? And it's an enormous amount of water that by their own admission, they were paying $1 million for a year. I mean, it's no small amount of water.
Can they transfer it? Does that mean they're going to sell the water that they were trying to?
No, I want to be careful about what I say because I don't know what I'm supposed to say. It's a water agreement. It's a water agreement. And they're looking to transfer it from one company to the other. Now, whether that can be done or not, I don't know. I can't speak to that. But I do know that the question is being asked. And it's just,
So to summarize, what I'm hearing you say is that, and to build off of what some of the other members, Senator King, you were saying, is being better corporate citizens and being more forthright and working with the communities instead of keeping everything shrouded in secrecy and then, not legitimately addressing the concerns, I think would be something. If you're out there as a lobbyist for a data center, take note. If you're here as a data center, take note. If you're listening, take note. because I think that is something very consistent, is why they're popping up in the middle of nowhere. Again, I took pictures as I was driving. I was like, oh my gosh, what is that? I was videoing it hanging out of the window. What a sight. But that there's a better way to go at that. And in rural Texas, we might not be the most sophisticated people on cutting good deals, but I think we're getting there a little bit quicker. And I just would like for you to respect our rural areas and these gargantuan facilities that have, like I said, I don't know, it looked like a whole city glowing there in the middle of the pasture.
If I could add one thing, we are very lucky in Matagorda County that we butt up to Brazoria County. I think the threshold is 250,000. If the adjoining county has that many people, that you can have a fire marshal. So we were very, very lucky in Matagorda County that in April we did bring on a fire marshal that is trying to initiate some co-op type things with the plants like STP and that sort of thing, so that we're developing the ability to have some sort of hazmat response. But
thank you.
Takes money.
And Senator Colcourse, to your point about hoping the industry and lobbyists and so forth are listening, is Mr. Diorio from the coalition, I think, is he here? I think he got up and left after his testimony. So he is not listening to a person who was handpicked by the chair, who's considering this legislation, to be a voice for the rural community, because I knew she was well-spoken, right?
Perhaps he had another flight back to Texas, Madam
Well, to
Chair.
Colorado, you mean, where there's
Oh,
data
I mean,
centers?
back to
the weather's
Colorado.
better.
He's leaving
I
Texas.
gotta admit.
Perhaps he had his flight back to Colorado. I would say note to
And I don't
the
mean to
members of that
disrespect
coalition, unimpressive, very unimpressive.
No disrespect intended, but to the point that everyone's making, Senator Paxton, to your point, and others about being tone deaf, we need you to listen. And this was an invited witness. There is also 32 Texans who are going to testify next, who came from all over Texas. And if you took the time to come here and testify at a finance hearing, then, maybe the industry should listen to what you have to say, because you are representative of our constituents, right? So, all right. I didn't mean to get in a lecture mode, but it just, when I saw him get up and leave, I thought, surely he's going to come right back, but he didn't. Anyway. Okay, moving along. Thank you. There's other questions. Senator Paxton, I'm sorry.
Sometimes we get
Paul,
into
Bettencourt, everybody's going to have a chance to answer.
Sometimes we get into don't make me come down there mode, I think. So fair enough. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Howard, thank you for being here. And I guess my question is, if this committee could take one action to make sure that Texas communities like Matagorda County benefit from data center investment, what would that be?
I knew I was going to get asked this question, and it's when I'm talking to everybody, because a lot of people, you have to talk to them in layman's terms, right? Even myself, I'm still learning all the time. And for me, it's hard to answer that question, because it's like an octopus. You got the head of the beast right here, but you have all these different areas that it applies to. I think moving forward, how you all handle finances and things like that, admittedly, is a little over my head. But I would hope that moving forward, there's some kind of process that would be put in place that we can consistently, in real time, measure the metrics of what they say they're doing and what they're actually doing. And I can't see any reason why that wouldn't be something that could be available to the public on a government website or whatever. I think that goes a long way to, everybody needs to be invested in this, because it is affecting everybody. I mean, even if, in my county, I know there's options on a lot of land. And so you may be the one that, you have a choice in Texas, to sell your property to who you want to. And if you choose to sell out, but you've got other farms that are going to be around you. And in ours right now, it's kind of like concentric circles. You have people that have options, and then you have farmers that are going to be stuck right in that are going to be affected. So to keep as much open transparency while we hold them accountable to metrics is the best answer that I can come up with at this point.
Thank you. And I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, if I hear you right, I mean, transparency creates its own type of accountability.
Yes.
And when people can see things in real time, I think that does make a difference. Thank you. I appreciate your work, and I appreciate you coming to talk with us today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hall, I think, the next.
Thank you, sir. Well, I was going to thank Madam Chair for her comments because they fit right in. There's a lot been said here today, and this is a fairly serious issue. But government's primary role is to protect people, and protect their rights. And one of those rights that are being protected is property rights, and that's across the board. But quite often what's forgotten is that rights don't exist in a vacuum. Rights are kind of like a coin. The other side of that coin is responsibility. Where you have rights on one side, you have a responsibility on the other. While you have a right to do something with your property or what you want to do, you have a responsibility to make sure it doesn't interfere or affect someone else while you're exercising your right. So a lot of this comes down to one of the questions that was raised as ethics in there. Am I doing the right thing in exercising my right to do what I want to? And that's on both sides of this coin. Is it reasonable that I am opposed to something just because I don't want it, or is it having an effect on my rights? And so a lot of this implementation is going to come down that people actually operating in a question that didn't get quite to ask is what level of ethics do they have involved in it, but it also applies to the other side of it. And I think if there's any role for government going forward in this, and I think there is because none of us, I think, are really opposed to economic development, but it's not unrestrained at any cost to anybody. And what we need to look at is our role in government, how we put the guardrails up to protect both sides in this issue. Those folks that have the property and want to develop it with the technology. I mean, this is not a new issue. It goes all the way back, if you go back and read history, when they put the first railroad in across country, we had the same opposition coming up of my property, and it reoccurred in roughly 1955 when we came out with the interstate system. All of a sudden we had something that was going to affect properties all over the place, but there was an economic benefit to it, and so they had to be give and take in it. It's happened in cities and counties and other places. We have zoning ordinances that do this. We have land that is taken for jails and for schools and things that sort of balancing the needs of the people with the economic development in a rational way. This is just the new way. This is the railroad or the interstate highway of 2026. And I think we have a job as legislators to look at this from the 30,000 foot level and say, what kind of guardrails do we need to have out there to protect each side's rights and to ensure that they have guidance in what their responsibility is and how they go about acting within doing that. So we get the economic development and we get the citizens protected from it. And we don't do something that just does the opposite of it in there. And so I think the challenge up here is for us coming up in this succession is to see what really needs to be done to protect the rights on both sides in a responsible way. That's my humble opinion.
Any other question, members? Thank you, Ms. Howard, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for getting involved with the local community. Several things really stood out. The play on words, electricity, power generation, noise pollution, water. But I like one thing you did say, and that is a metric to measure what they're doing compared to what they say they're doing. Very well said. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll open public testimony. We have quite a few people who want to testify. What we'll do is I'm going to call 4 at a time, 2 to the left, 2 to the right, and then we'll call the next 4 right after them. So we'll start with Shannon Hellbrook, Richard Sims, Stacy Farmer, Adrian Shelley. After that, we'll have Rachel Haynes, Rita Beving, Tom Kelber, and Marilyn Keller. Okay, Mr. Hellbrook, Shannon Hellbrook. Shannon Hellbrook? Okay. Richard Sims? Okay. Just identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Hi, my name is Richard Sims. I'm a resident of Parker County. I'm representing myself. I was going to say thank you, Madam Chair, but I see she stepped out, and members of this committee. You know, these wealthy companies don't need a tax break, and I think that I've heard several members of the committee, as well as the Comptroller, mention that it would likely not stop them from building in Texas, even if we got rid of that. Today, there are many elected officials pointing fingers when it comes to data center build-outs about...
Can you move your mic a little bit closer, please?
I'm sorry. Thank you. So today, there are many elected officials that are pointing fingers when it comes to data center build-outs about where the power to do anything rests. Our local county officials, they say that they can't do anything because Austin has tied their hands. Our Austin legislators have told us that they can't do anything until January unless the governor calls a special session. And he recently did say that he wanted to do something, but at least as of this morning, I have not seen that a special session has been called. It's as though our politicians live in a different reality than the communities that are affected by this issue. We, most Texans, if you believe the polls, want something to be done to either stop or at least slow down these data center build-outs. Today, we're talking about a tax break given to many of the richest companies in the world, at least by market capitalization, and we're debating whether they need it. I think it's obvious that they do not, and it sounds like many of you agree. But time is not on our side because these companies have not yet applied for this certification. And we have one in Parker County that's several thousand acres that is not on the list that I read from the Comptroller's place. So what we need is that, for the legislative body to return in a special session, and all of you have a larger voice than mine. So reach out to Governor Abbott, ask him to call the special session now, because we can't wait until January. Thank you for your time.
I think Governor Abbott has issued an executive order trying to start placing some guardrails on data centers, but thank you for your testimony. To the clerk. Senator King, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for coming down from Parker. So just, I just want to ask this question. When you think of what you would like the elected officials to do, what is that? What does that mean?
I would like our elected officials to return local control to the counties, to the citizens. We elect our local representatives, and I would like the county commissioners and the county judge to have the power and to talk to the community, because sometimes if you've got the right rules in place, a data center may make sense in certain counties. But right now, I know that at least what they tell us is that they can't do anything because it's in the county and their hands are tied.
You know, and it is such a tension. I know just 2 or 3 sessions back, so 5 or 6 years ago, there was a big push, really started out of Parker County, to get the state to prohibit forced annexation of property, because they didn't want municipalities going out into the rural areas and exercising zoning or whether it's an extraterritorial jurisdiction or whether it was just annexing an area.
I think I live in one of those areas.
Yeah, and we had a kind of a bad example of that happen with Brock, you know, where if you're thinking if you may live out that direction, and where it got a little battle between Weatherford and Brock trying to incorporate to stop Weatherford and all those things, and so we passed legislation to stop because the rural areas didn't want any municipal or other regulation over them. And so then when people say we want you to give counties authority to regulate at a higher level, then that runs completely afoul to us just a few years ago being told we don't want cities to come out here and have regulatory authority, but now we want to give it to counties. See the tension there?
I do, but that's why you have elections. So we can elect those people. So if the county has control and we do not like what our elected officials do with that control, we elect other officials.
So are you asking for counties to have zoning authority or?
So I don't have a exact answer, but I would like them to have a lot more authority than they have now. Because right now, for example, the 2,000 acres where this company has bought that may or may not become a data center.
Thinking of the one on 730?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's nothing that the county can do that says your decibels need to stay below this level other than what's in state law, or that this is the kind of water system that you need. And the way I understand it is the only way counties in Texas get that control is by possibly offering a tax abatement.
Can I ask something a little bit different? So, and I get in arguments with this with my son-in-law, who I love very much, but who's a county commissioner, and we have disagreements on this. And
He's a nice gentleman.
It has caused a little tension in the family on occasion. And he does a good job, so I think. But would you also be satisfied if the state passed legislation that said, because I know particularly the project you're talking about, that's not going to get under construction anytime soon. Would you also feel comfortable, instead of giving counties more authority, that if the state passed some regulations specifically dealing with data centers, that maybe talked about requiring closed loop systems and some water studies and things of that nature, or that required that put lighting and noise restrictions or limitations, and that dealt with setbacks and things that we think of more when we think of good neighbors. Would that work equally as well with giving county commissioners, because all county commissioners are not going to think the same way about this?
So in absence of nothing, then I would rather at least have that. However, I believe that government works best when it's controlled locally, when things
Well,
go.
no question, and I'd rather you go yell at Jacob than me. But would you think that might be an alternative if the state just passed some statute that dealt specifically with structures of this nature and put some limitations on it, so that there'd be a set rules that are statewide and not just going to be debated county by county and precinct by precinct?
Something is better than what we have today, but I would prefer that you allow the actual county commissioners to control that.
You know, if we give them the authority to control, not that they're not smart and fair and wise, but if we give them the authority to control noise and light and water, it'll apply to everything being built in the county, not just data centers.
I do, and I'm in the county, so that would apply to me as well.
So you're basically saying you'd be okay with being under what's the equivalent of municipal government in the rural areas?
I'm at least saying that there needs to be something, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you again very much for coming down.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, and I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, but.
Richard.
All right, Richard. I think what you want is what a lot of us want, which is to limit the data center growth, stop or limit growth in Texas. But just know that if you're asking to expand government, city or county, what you're asking for today might be a regret tomorrow, because you don't want to expand government anymore. We'd like to find an innovative way to have our energy, have our water, and not have a data center. But what you don't want is looking at that avenue, expanding government to get that. You just don't want to expand government.
So it sounds like you don't want that, but I do.
I don't want to expand government or the power of government. I feel like I know it takes away our freedoms. So no, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Stacy Farmer, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee. I'm Stacy Farmer, and I'm from Henderson County, and I'm representing myself. I was staying at a hotel, and this morning I got up and I ate a big Texas waffle. And as I was eating it, this Texas-shaped waffle, it was going bite by bite. And I feel that's what's happening in Texas right now, and that's why I'm here. They're coming in all around me in Henderson County. And so what I'd like to recommend is, one, you repeal the sales tax exemption, not narrow it, not cap it, end it. Data centers can afford to pay the standard sales tax, just like other businesses. Two, full cost shifting to data centers. Every dollar of grid, water, transmission infrastructure, and data center that what they require needs to be paid by the data center, not the ratepayers. Three, enforceable net water use and discharge standards. Require every facility to report and cap total net water withdrawal, consumption, wastewater discharge, and require the TCEQ testing of all discharge for toxins before release with results made public. 4, binding siting and setback requirements. So communities aren't forced to host these facilities without consent or compensation and to have them far enough back. 5, full public reporting on water draw, power draw, and jobs actually created, audited annually with severe penalties and for facilities that misrepresent its impact. Texans are fed up. I'm asking the committee to support a moratorium on new large-scale data center approvals until an independent environmental grid and water impact study is completed.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Let's see, Adrian Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Adrian Shelley with Texas Citizen, or Public Citizen, and I have some handouts that are coming around there. Public Citizen's mission is to be the voice of the people in the halls of power, and we have 30,000 members and supporters here in Texas. And Madam Chair, I want to thank you for holding some public testimony now. There are dozens of Texans who've come in from around the state that are waiting for the chance, so thank you for that. I'm going to make 3 simple points here. The first one you're going to hear a lot. We should end the state sales and use tax break, period. Number 2, we should end or limit local tax breaks and financial incentives. And number 3, we should give some counties additional authority to regulate data centers in their communities. There are about 28, at least, counties that have passed resolutions asking this legislature for more authority. There's a list of those in my testimony. In my capacity with Public Citizen, I and my colleagues have traveled around. We've heard from county commissioners, including Johnson, Hood, Medina, Somerville, and others. We've heard the same thing over and over. They don't want to give away their tax base, but they have no other authority otherwise. We have been looking at the 380 and 381 agreements to see, what kinds of terms are in them that are beneficial to communities. We've identified, I think, about 33 that are for data centers, and there's a list of them at the back of my testimony. And what we have found is that the terms that are included tend to focus on economic development, infrastructure, that sort of thing. They are not negotiating for terms that are favorable to neighbors. When you talk to community members about what concerns them, it's number 1, water. Number 2, energy prices, infrastructure investment. Number 3, noise and other local impacts. These are the things that people care about, and these are the things we need to give counties more authority to do. So thank you. Please take a look at my written comments.
Thank you. It's a good handout. It's got some good stuff in there. Thank you. Thank you. What is your name, sir?
I'm Shannon Halbrook with Every Texan.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members, thank you so much. My name is Shannon Halbrook with Every Texan. Every Texan is a research and advocacy organization that for 40 years has worked for public policy to expand equity and opportunity for all Texans. Y'all should have, or you're receiving my written testimony. I'm just going to hit a few points in there. First of all, I just want to say thank you to you all and to members of the Ledge for engaging in Texans on this topic. And I would also send thank you to the governor as well for his messages around this issue. I mean, obviously, it's a controversial area with a lot of different angles. A lot of folks feel very passionately about it. And thank you very much for considering policy change to respond to many of those challenges created by the rapid growth of data centers, and we appreciate the conversation. Our big ask is for y'all to end the sales and use tax exemption as well for data centers. Number one issue is that we need the money. I mean, as we know, the big carryover balances that we've had the last couple of sessions are pretty much gone. And we also know that agencies have been instructed to cut their base budgets and their appropriations requests this year by 3%. So with that in mind, we should be thinking in terms of how can we pay for that. Ending the exemption seems to be developing into a consensus position. I'm happy to see that. And I think that the data center industry is viable in our state and no longer needs the subsidy. I mean, in 2013, 2014, 2015, it may have been a different story, but they seem to be doing very well here in Texas. And finally, I would add that Texas has a lot of comparative advantages with respect to data centers, as we've seen, and it is possible that the sales tax exemption has mattered, but I think it's mattered less than some of our other advantages. Finally, I want to just address the issue of local control real quick. I would like to ask the legislature to work with local governments to provide more transparency around this issue, more clarity, more authority, and consistency as well. As Adrian just, that's it.
Senator Colcourse.
Yeah, I just want to hit on something about when we change incentives. Way back in 2001, we created the Chapter 313 agreements, which would give literally tax abatement to certain industries for locating in Texas. We envisioned it as at the time, the big IT centers and different things that we were trying to attract. Somehow wind and solar got added to it, right, to get the bill passed. Just recently, we've made an adjustment. We've taken wind and solar out of any Chapter 313 agreements. We renamed it, whatever it's called now. And we took that from being 100% tax abatement over a period of time to 50% that they were in truly during that time. And I have to say this, Sarah, but 403. Yeah, we put it in another code, man. We marketed it. I voted against it anyway, because I think all of those should go away. But having said that is, during that time, and we got industry to come here, but in essence, a lot of that, because our schools were growing and stuff, we were transferring all of that need for a tax base from our schools to the homeowner and the small businesses, because they weren't getting those agreements. So, Madam Chair, I think you're absolutely right to address this issue. We change tax policy all the time. It was absolutely right to take out wind and solar out of 313 agreements because, as you just said, they were standing on their own. We're number one in solar and we're number one in wind. I don't think that's a good thing. But having said that, it's really important. I appreciate your standpoint on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank y'all for being here. We're going to call up the next 4 people. Rachel Haynes, Rita Beving, you can have a seat over here to my right, and Tom Keller and Marilee Keller to my left. Well, either you can sit on whatever side, just wherever you can find a seat. As they're seated, I'll call the next four, so in case you're listening. Kenneth Flippin, Margaret Gannon or Cannon, Jay Maria, and Anna Fuentes. Don't come up yet, you'll be next. Okay. All right, Rachel Haynes.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. Really appreciate you taking the time to examine this important issue. I think many have covered it throughout the public and invited testimony we've already heard, and I have a handout going around that also links to a white paper on this issue with many more recommendations and context. I think it's quite clear, as the prior panel said, that we do not necessarily need this tax incentive anymore. The industry is standing on its own. Many companies have already said that they are willing to invest in Texas without a tax exemption, and many have been denied a tax exemption or property tax exemption and have chosen to build anyways. And I think even the representative from the Data Center Coalition would not outright say that it was necessary to invite infrastructure and investment in the state. So that's very encouraging to hear. $1 to $2 billion a year could help alleviate many of the pressures our state faces today. Regardless of whether we choose to restrict the data center tax exemptions, there are other measures we can take to ensure Texas tax and ratepayers are protected. We could establish mitigation fees on data centers that are assessed proportional to the industry's impact on local and state resources. That could pay into our water supply, infrastructure, energy, and flood mitigation funds across our various state agencies. For example, most of the data centers built or planned in Texas cover the majority of their site with buildings that are impervious to stormwater infiltration and therefore are likely to contribute significantly to downstream flooding in the absence of an effective stormwater plan. We could establish a fee on these structures to augment the Flood Infrastructure Fund under the Texas Water Development Board. As many others have also stated, we should also grant greater land use authority to counties to ensure that they do not have to trade away their very important tax base in exchange for common sense, responsible, and protective industry practices. I want to highlight that it's important that the above recommendations not be solely restricted to data centers. It's critical that these conversations also apply to other emerging industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, no questions. Rita Beving.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Rita Beving, and I work for Public Citizen in the DFW area. As you know, according to the state controller, Texas will lose more than $1.3 billion in sales tax revenue this year due to the exemptions given to data centers. And Texas is projected to lose $3.2 billion in sales tax revenue over the next 2 years. Virginia, Illinois, and Texas make up the three most generous states toward the data center industry in terms of annual value on their sales tax breaks. Texas is one of 37 states that offer sales tax exemptions. Currently, Arizona, Illinois, and Ohio have all paused their data center tax incentives in 2026. Arizona enacted a 3-year moratorium on its data center sales tax exemption through a budget that runs from July 1st of this year through the end of 2020 or mid-year 2029. Illinois Governor Pritzker directed his Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity to pause tax incentives beginning July 1st of this year. And finally, Ohio Governor DeWine took similar action. The state of Georgia has also commented that data centers would come there regardless of whether they had tax exemptions or not. I don't think we need to subsidize this industry. We're already the second largest in the country. According to Cushman Wakefield, we may have even passed Virginia at this point. I just don't think this industry needs these kind of sales tax incentives, and I appreciate the chair for entertaining this subject today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all for being here. Tom Keller.
Panel, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Tom Keller. I'm not an MD, but I have a PhD in computer sciences from the University of Texas at Austin a long time ago. And while I don't usually use the title, I'm going to use it today because I'm a retired expert in data center computer systems, power, and cooling for the IBM Corporation. So the title is relevant. I'm the nuts and bolts guy. I'm not the finance guy, but I'm the guy that crawled around in the guts of data centers and helped IBM design greenfield data centers. And I want to share with you a concern that's just been touched on today. My concern is that the hyperscale AI data centers, both those words are important, are not sustainable. The county tax revenues have been so carefully negotiated and discounted, can, and I think probably will, evaporate. After hyperscale data centers are built, my concern is they will not be upgraded after 1 or 2 generations, which is 3 to 10 years. They can become empty husks with no value and little or no taxable value. We heard from Mr. Reynolds that 75% of the total cost of the center is IT. So when you have $1 billion data center and $750 million of that is the IT guts, what's the incentive of the company to reinvest another $750 million in that after a year or two when they can just walk away to perhaps greener pastures? The rest of this reasoning is in my written testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take a look at that. So would be your concern as your background as an expert would be that they would just abandon the location or the project, or is it, or just not be?
It depends on the extent to which it is optimized for hyperscale AI. What's being built, what's being planned today are highly sophisticated double and triple cooling systems that it's hard to say, we're going to turn this into a co-located data center. Okay.
Where it would be open to a lot of smaller companies and so forth.
Right.
Right.
I mean, it's possible, and something like that will happen. I mean, when we had the dot-com bust in 2000, there were a lot of vacant data centers, some with abandoned equipment in the Dallas area. And I only knew of one that successfully transitioned to a new usage.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a food distribution center because they were able to cool vegetables and meat down.
Wow. Yeah, well, that's flexible. Senator Hall, I see your light. Oh, and Senator Beck.
Thank you for your comment on that. And it's really timely because your government at all levels failed you in recent years with the issue of solar panels, windmills, and batteries, in not recognizing that technology like that has a very finite life to it and will eventually be abandoned. And we're going to find a lot of property, and property around it is going to lose significant values as a result of that abandonment. And so taking that into consideration in what we do is the reclamation bond up front, I think would be a very good idea along that line to make sure that when that time comes, that there's some means of being able to do something to restore the land. We didn't do it when we should have for the windmills and the solar, the batteries. And I think now we have a chance to fix that with the data center. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. I completely concur.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you. I just want to go back, since you and I are old enough to go back into the 80s. Yes, okay. I first went to work for Unimation, which is the first U.S. robot manufacturer. You were probably, did you do Fiscal, or where did you start? I'm curious if you're doing fabs or water.
I got to IBM late in life. I started at the Los Alamos laboratory where I helped implement the world's fastest supercomputers.
Okay, so when you did, I guess my question is this: from a semiconductor perspective, we went from 4-inch to 6-inch to 8-inch, wafers, and now we're way up into, extremely dense, gallium-based, technology. So those facilities haven't been abandoned; they've been reused. So I'm trying to see where your fundamental worry is about on a reuse of a technology, because back then, we had a doubling every 18 months in CPU power. That was kind of the established curve. That went through, you remember 80s, 90s, aughts, et cetera. These NVIDIA chips are changing about once every 5 months, okay? So I'm trying to understand where you're seeing the technology, because we've got new water systems coming. I'm trying to see what the worry is exactly on.
My worry, for example, is, let's take NVIDIA as an example. Their most recent generation product, which was announced last month, doesn't need nearly the amount of cooling that the existing generations does. They actually use basically 130 degree, 100 warm water or even hot water will cool their systems.
Right, because of the
incredible
So
if you have,
right.
so that's just an example. So when we have a hyperscale AI data center now that uses highly sophisticated liquid and metal plate cooling, okay, that entire cooling system becomes obsolete. So you can reuse it. You just won't reuse it you don't need it.
Right. So
It's over, today, what's being built may be overbuilt in the future.
Well, and it always starts that way, okay? So
Exactly.
if you could check there's a heat transfer paper that just came out from U of H, because they're looking at some of that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I guess my question is, if the market has to absorb that capital risk, like in every other technology wave, they're going to have to deploy those systems and decide whether or not, that they're worth it. And they may have to scrap them, okay, in a shorter period of time than 10 years, as you suggest. But if that market risk is borne by the private sector and it leads to a better development, and you point out, you don't have to cool this stuff to room temperature. You just have to cool it to 130 degrees, something that doesn't melt the chip, okay? So I agree. So I'm just trying to understand what's the concern about that at that point.
Well, my
private sector makes the right decision with their deployed capital.
And sometimes the private sector's correct decision is to walk away. Sometimes, and I didn't get to it, but it's at the end of my paper, the tremendous investment in these facilities being made today by the AI hyperscale companies, and they're the ones that we all know about, is being funded on the basis of stock price capital valuations of the companies. Okay, and what they're betting on is they're not betting, they feel a desperate need to be the first to get to generative AI, because they know that there will only be one winner and everybody else will be left in the dust. And so it's existential, okay? And they're betting their company, and they're betting all of their stock valuations on this now. Now, what happens when somebody wins or nobody wins, and investors start to pull away from these companies that are not generating, none of the AI companies are generating profits?
Well, if we could, I'd love to continue the conversation, because there's always quantum and other events that are going to occur right down the road. So I appreciate, the opportunity to have the discussion.
I do know something about IBM's quantum, but anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions we have. Marilee Keller?
Yes, my name is Marilee Hodge Keller. I'm a Val Verde County rancher, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and the Devil's River Association. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, I really appreciate, and I know my fellow landowners appreciate, your tackling this really tough area. Chair Huffman, you call the numbers unsustainable in terms of the data center sales tax exemption, and I completely agree with you. This isn't a budget line the state controls. It's more or less an open tab. The companies, though, are not choosing Texas for the tax break. They choose us for our land, our power, our water, and our permitting speed. The exemption no longer attracts anything, it's a windfall. And it discounts the two things Texas can least afford to give away, our electricity and our water. And please make a note that even with the new water conserving techniques, that, as somebody else mentioned, there's more water used in the electricity. The state cannot even measure how much water these facilities use per an earlier Senate hearing. So my ask is simple: repeal the exemption, require real disclosure that a number of other witnesses have discussed, and give the counties that bear the cost a seat at the table, whatever that seat may be. They need more say than they have now. The era of the blank check absolutely has to end. I would also ask you to consider using your persuasive power to ask the governor to call a special session to pause data centers in Texas until the exemption is repealed and more rules and regulations can be developed. Thank you. I'm open for any questions.
I don't see any questions for you, but thank you for being here. Okay, we'll call up the next four. Y'all for excuse. Kenneth Flippin, Margaret, I don't know if that's Gannon or Cannon, sorry. Jay Maria, and Ana Fuentes. You could have a seat over there. Okay. Kenneth, are you?
Yes.
Yep, Mr. Flippin, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kenneth Flippin. I'm with the Texas chapter of the U.S. Green Building Council. I want to appreciate you, Chairman, as well as members for having this hearing today. I was going to say something very similar about the overdevelopment. What I consider the question that we should be asking is, how long are we going to actually be able to get tax revenue out of these centers? Out of the many that are developed, we already know that they can't possibly all be built. We don't have the energy infrastructure. There's lots of bottlenecks in this industry. We know that many of them are going to be built, but how many of them are going to be built out fully? How many of them are going to be, once quantum comes around, able to win that game in 10 or 12 years? And so we need to think longer term about why overdevelopment can lead to stranded infrastructure and our inability to tax, and what does that mean for these local counties, local cities. The second thing is that they are overwhelmed. The counties are absolutely overwhelmed with this information. The NDAs are keeping them from having transparency on the questions that they ask. The lack of local sales tax that affects them as well impacts them. And then they are being pushed, because we've given them tax incentives at the state level, to give their property tax incentives away. One county gave a 90% tax exemption. That's a lot of your tax exemption. And how much, again, is that going to be for 30 years, 20 years, 10 years? I also want to reemphasize what was said before. There is more water use in the power generated than in the cooling. And as the technology gets better and better and more efficient, this problem of stranded infrastructure and ability to tax that infrastructure is going to continue to decline. The real value here is giving local authorities. The closest government is always the most efficient government. Giving local authorities, local counties more authority, I think, is one of the best things that we can do.
Quick question. I heard you mention, do you believe that local county officials are signing NDAs with these companies?
Yes, many companies come in with NDAs saying you can't disclose this, you can't disclose that, because it's proprietary. They often don't disclose, for example, who the end user is. Some of the bigger hyperscales, they are their own end user, but many are doing a race to the bottom, as I would call it. They're trying to do it fastest, cheapest, quickest, find the government that will give them the least resistance, because they're racing to get to that contract. But not everybody can get the contracts of those that don't have a direct link between the developer and who's going to pay for the data at the end. And so how many of those businesses are going to end up being losers, and by effect, because they happen to have a loser in their county, the counties end up losing, the cities end up losing.
All right. Okay, thank you for that information. Thank you. Margaret Gannon?
Gannon, yes, like as in girl.
Got it.
My name is Margaret Gannon. I'm a small business owner in El Paso, Texas, working in agriculture and conservation, representing myself. El Paso County gets 8 inches of rain on average. Our reservoir is 1.5% full. The irrigation allotments for farmers growing the pecans and cotton that we all need have decreased from 36 inches per acre to 5 inches per acre in the last few years. We have 3 hyperscale data centers under construction in our region. I'm here to express my support for removing all tax incentives for data centers because I don't want to absorb the risk for the private sector. They're wealthy enough to do that themselves. I do think it's amazing that Colorado doesn't have data centers, but all of their phones and technologies work. These buildings consume enormous amounts of water and gas to make electricity and to cool the structures. The AI-optimized data centers we're seeing now have different components than the ones that were used for storage. They primarily use GPUs, which draw 400 to 1,000 watts instead of 150 to 500 watts. Even though it's the same name, it's a different beast than the data centers we've seen before. They're highly automated structures. While they may create several hundred to a few thousand jobs in the building phase, they only provide 20 to 100 long-term positions, according to a study of Virginia and UK data centers. This insignificant amount of jobs does not justify the enormous tax incentives that are available to them through the state, counties, and cities. They extract resources, increase utility rates for nearby ratepayers, up to 267% higher in Virginia, according to Bloomberg, pollute the air, and don't even provide a significant amount of gainful employment for those experiencing the negative impacts. There is no reason Texans should be giving away money to these corporations when it's dearly needed to support public services.
All right, thank you very much. Jay Mania or Maria?
Mania, yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Mania. I am a community organizer with Manistee People's Project in El Paso, Texas. And I'm here in support of ending all tax subsidies for data centers in our state. Right now, data centers are being built at an unprecedented pace and scale and demanding unsustainable use of our precious resources. In the El Paso area alone, we have multiple data centers under construction that will pollute more than entire cities. The tax breaks given to these billion-dollar companies have opened the door for unchecked and unregulated growth. In the medical field, that's what cancer is. Working-class Texans are struggling to put food on the table. Our school districts are inadequately funded. People are afraid to go to the doctor because they can't afford the payment, even if they're insured. Yet, city and county governments give up millions of dollars that could be used to address community needs. We are in no position to give 80% tax abatements on $10 billion projects. Something has to be done. The legislators should also eliminate the potential for large computational loads like data centers and AI to be eligible for city and county property tax breaks through 312 property tax abatement agreements and 380 and 381 agreements, as well as school property tax abatements through the new Jobs, Energy, Technology, and Investment Act, which currently can provide significant school property tax abatements for both data centers and on-site gas plants used to power their facilities. In the last 2 years, the city and county of El Paso passed 380 and 381 agreements, forfeiting an estimated $75 million annually in taxes that could have paid for necessary infrastructure improvements and community services. Communities all across the state are already struggling to pay for basic services for their residents. Any corporation or business in Texas should support essential services by contributing their fair share of taxes, just like I do and the rest of us do. So I strongly urge the members of the Senate Finance Committee to end all tax subsidies for data centers in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ana Fuentes?
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Fuentes. I'm the director of a Manistee People's Project in El Paso. We are a grassroots organization with over 300 dues-paying members fighting for clean air, clean water, and community power. I'm here today to share this testimony on behalf of my members who are all in strong support of ending all tax subsidies for data centers in Texas. Data centers are being built at an unprecedented pace and scale and demanding unsustainable use of our precious resources, which is why the legislature should end incentives for large computational loads by eliminating the sales tax exemptions, as well as the electricity tax exemption. Both exemptions will cost billions of dollars to state revenue going forward, only to help some of the wealthiest corporations in the world. The legislature should also eliminate the potential for large competition loads like data centers and AI to be eligible for city and property tax abatement agreements like 380 and the 381 agreements. We've seen in El Paso that Jay just mentioned. So in the last year, the city of El Paso and the county forfeited, just to Meta alone, one data center alone out of the 3 that are in our community, $75 million in taxes annually that could have paid for necessary infrastructure improvements in our community. Meta is also allowed to use up to 2.5 million gallons of water per day and is only contractually obligated to provide 50 permanent jobs and has not given any commitment to community meetings, despite earlier being referred to as a good actor. Communities across Texas are already struggling to pay for basic services for residents. Any corporation or business in Texas should support essential services by contributing their fair share of taxes, as we all do as Texans. So again, I want to emphasize that Amanecer People's Project strongly urges the members of the Senate Finance Committee to end all tax subsidies for data centers in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuentes. Thank you for you four. We'll call up 4 more people. Deanna Ramirez, Roger Browning, Dr. Sam Law, and Charles Henry Lee Butler. Mr. Butler's from your hometown, Senator King. Aren't you from Weatherford? Okay. Stay tuned. Constituent about to testify. Yeah. Diana Ramirez?
Yes.
You can go ahead, ma'am.
Oh.
Thank you. Mhm.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Diana Ramirez. I'm a member of Amanecer People's Project in El Paso, where, as my colleagues mentioned, Meta is building a $10 billion data center. And I also support ending all tax subsidies for data centers in Texas. In El Paso, the city and county passed Chapter 380 and 381 agreements for Meta at an 80% tax exemption for 30 years. Data center lobbyists like to point out that Meta will become the largest taxpayer at $15 million a year. But the real story here is that Meta will become the largest subsidized business at $75 million a year. $75 million. Mr. Diorio said that his members are responsive to community concerns, but for almost a year, Meta refused to meet with the community and only recently agreed to do so after thousands of El Pasoans threatened to vote out the incumbent city council members. These billion-dollar corporations are not just taking our tax dollars. They're appropriating our water, polluting our air, and creating noise aggression and causing health crises. And for what? So that Mark Zuckerberg can continue harming our children's mental health? So that Elon, as Senator Betancourt calls him, so that Elon can continue to harm women and girls with deep fakes? We need AI that is owned by the people and is for the people. We need to protect our natural resources, and we need corporations in Texas to pay their fair share of taxes, just like I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Roger Browning?
Yes, ma'am. I won't take as long.
That's okay.
I agree with just about every one of these 30 people. The IT specialist over there. This guy over here is laughing at everybody on the planet. He's making a pretty big fool out of himself. We got Charles Perry that didn't even show up, and he represents me in my district. Well, I tell you what, we've got some underhanded things going on in my part of the world, mister, and what it accounts to be is water. And we've got a water detriment down there like you have never seen before in your life. And we've got some big guys in there that are buying off some politicians. And I know of one that's met behind the scenes with Greenbelt Water Authority, and we're in a stage 4 drought, and he's told them to give them some water over at a man camp. I can't even get a water meter for my cows. And I'm going to tell you, this isn't binding by legal authority. I know that. But on the 18th, I put out a word on AI to give me some petitions in here and let these senators and all these House representatives know that we are going to be looking at your background. We're going to be digging into it. I'm going to be heading up on a lot of this. We're going to dig into it. But these signatures right here are voters. 8,000 of them, and I got a stack that high that has come in. We started this on the 18th, and on the 21st, I received my last one. I shut it down. I've had people all over the state of Texas trying to pull in 254 counties to vote you out and vote him out too. And I voted for both. I voted for him. I voted for Charles Perry to represent me. I voted for our governor to represent me. Biggest letdown I ever had in my life. These people right here are all scattered across the guts. They're all, any questions?
Mr. Browning, what county did you say you were from?
I'm from Hardeman County.
Okay. And I do just want to tell you that Senator Perry had let me know he couldn't be here because of a family issue. I just wanted to.
He wouldn't be here. He wouldn't want to be here with me anyway.
Well, I did want to pass that on. So, but thank you
Madam
for being
Chairman.
here. Yes, Senator Betancourt. I'm sorry I didn't see your light, but you're recognized.
Sir, we haven't met, and I'd be happy to visit with you. Every single contribution I've collected is on a TEC report. You're welcome to run them all the way back in the time. Let me finish. And importantly, we're here to listen to both sides to come up.
You're not listening. What you're doing is you're sitting there laughing at people.
I have the microphone right now. Okay.
Okay.
Now, what I'm doing is listening to everyone, because I've already said before to the representative when he was discussing, sitting behind you, that the exemption is a different point and that we're going to all work on that together. That's something I've already said. Now, I don't know, I can't defend my colleague here.
I wouldn't defend him.
Okay, well, but I also wouldn't.
Might want to run from him.
Okay. I wouldn't come into a Senate hearing where people that you do not know and have not met and make just points like that without at least taking the time to visit. Because I'm here and I haven't left and I've handed out my card to the other people that have testified.
Visit with me.
Okay, well, I'm not going to do it right now in front of everybody because we got other people that we have to hear because you're here as a public witness.
Yep.
Okay, but I'd be happy to have that discussion because I'd like to get you to at least know who I am before you decide whatever you're going to decide.
I'm not deciding. It'll be your constituents.
It sounded
in
like
your
you
voting
were.
area.
Okay.
It'll be the guys here that I don't even know.
All of this is trying to come to a point where, as a state, we know what we need to do with this exemption. And we've taken very good testimony today, and people are listening, okay? So before we have that discussion, I would hope you recognize that point, that I'm always available if you want to have a discussion about what you said.
I want the governor to call a special session because he knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows he's got people that's filling his pockets, like a lot of these guys are getting their pockets
We're
full.
not going to, you're entitled to your opinion, but you can make an appointment to see the governor or write him a letter. Okay?
I've tried them so many times, it's
Well,
not funny.
Yes, sir. Senator Campbell.
And I just wanted to add, but let everybody know, Senator Perry has worked hard to try to get water across the state. So he's not here to defend himself, but we senators know the hard work he's put in to try to get water for everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I would add, he has, of course, a senior staff person who will keep all the information and I'm sure present it to him.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
That may be so. That may be so. But when we're in a restricted drought, and why would he go speak to a person that's on a water authority and say, grant these people this water?
Sir, you're going to have to speak to Senator Perry about that.
I can't get a hold of him.
We don't know the individual issues. He will, I'm sure, hear about your concerns through his staff who's present, and we'll make sure that happens, okay?
I just want to make sure it's correct or not. It could be fabrication. I don't know.
Well, we'll try to get him to give you that information, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Senator Colcourse.
And I just want to add, I will say this, that I couldn't be at one of the earlier Business and Commerce hearings. B and C, that was on property and casualty, but we're going to also have charges in Business and Commerce coming up as well. So Senate Finance, this is sales tax specific. I think Madam Chair, you've been very nice to let us meander through some other questions like my
Well, it all
noise
related,
pollution, water usage and stuff. But yeah, I will say that we hear you. And I want to say that Senator Perry, I know he and I've had long discussions about this, and he is working on this, and we are taking all of this in, and we are going to act. I want you to know, all of you are being heard.
May I say one more thing, please?
Yes, sir.
Then your time's up, but go ahead.
I would like to say that when they're asking you to give local arrangements to the local politicians, each area is variance on it. Each area is different on as far as water supply, infrastructure, and things like that. You can't go by a statewide mandate on a. You're going to find you're not going to be able to fit every rule. So you have to have somebody comes in. We are on an aquifer that will not sustain this. We got these guys right here. I've got right here an email from Lancium that went to Red River Authority trying to do a proposal for 1 million gallons a day that they were going to supply back into the water reservoir through Greenbelt Authority, but they said, we're going to use 1 million and we're going to give you thousands. And there's no length on funding of that. Who's going to fund it when they belly up? They're going to want to get the project started. They're wanting to get the project started, and they don't see an end game. There's nobody counting the volume on this water. Water is a big thing. We haven't even talked about water. We've talked about electricity and this
sir,
and that.
They're going to talk about that at other hearings. This
I was at the other hearing, and they didn't listen to anybody.
Well, I'm listening.
Which
okay?
hearing was that? Because
Yeah.
Water Resources House Committee.
Well, we're listening to you, and one reason I've let this discussion go on is because I want the industry to hear Texans, okay? This guy is representative of our constituents and what the concerns of Texans are, so y'all better listen, because this is just a sampling of...
Who's going to take these and look at them? Because I'm going to throw them in the trash. I know you probably will, but I need these to be,
We'll put them as part of the record, sir.
Well,
all right?
thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm going to guess that you're, I didn't hear what county, I'm sorry.
Repeat.
Hardeman County.
In Ogallala?
No, we're not in Ogallala. They're going to tap down into the Blaine and the Seymour, which is a 27-mile wide, two stack aquifers, 43 miles long, that has a replenish rate of about half an inch on a foot acre. On 19-inch rainfall to 21-inch rainfall, it has to hit a certain spot to do it. And they've already drilled. I got in front of Michael McNamara right here and called him out on a lie at the House Committee. And what he said about the Blaine Aquifer, he says it wasn't being utilized, and nobody's drilled. We've been utilizing it since 1950, using it for irrigating our crops. It doesn't have the right replenish rate on it to satisfy his wells. He's already drilled one well. He pulled it in at 1,800 gallons per minute. And on a test deal, he's got it pulled down to 800 gallons per minute. He's wanting to permit 3 more wells in a Blaine aquifer to pull 1 million gallons a day off of their projects out there. And his angle is to put in a system in there that will desalinate it, run it through the Greenbelt plant, which is 86 miles from us, that we rely on all that fresh water for. He's wanting to acquire access to that infrastructure right there on that system, clean up that water, and he's going to use what he wants to use. And he's saying, "Oh, I might give you 1,000 gallons or 1,000 gallons per minute off of that deal."
Okay.
And like I said, I've got the emails, proof of what they're asking for. Behind the table deals on Red River Water Authority, which is part of the Greenbelt that supplies five counties down there. We're going dry. We've been going dry. His desalination wells won't put back in the water they're going to pull out. And if they pull it out and go through a system, a closed loop system like this guy back here seems to think's great, where are they going to put the trash water? What they're going to do is they're going to do like Midland does. They're going to put it down into saltwater disposal wells. It's going to go under the surface where it won't have an evaporation rate ever in its life. You're going to lose that volume of water coming back out to the surface. It will not rain back over on these aquifers and replenish a damn thing.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your input, and thank you for participating today. We do appreciate it, and we are listening, so thank you. Right, Dr. Law, you get to follow this gentleman.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name's Sam Law, and I have a PhD from UT Austin. I'm a social scientist and currently a researcher affiliated with the UT Austin, studying the impacts of AI development on rural livelihoods. Over a decade of pretty robust, broad-ranging research on the effects of business tax incentives had led to a decisive result. And if you look at social science research, it's rare that we get a decisive result. And the result is that they don't work. They merely subsidize business development that already happens. A comprehensive multi-state review published in 2020 in the Journal of Economic Perspectives found, quote, no broad growth effects. In other words, tax incentives don't lead firms to locate in certain places, and they don't encourage job growth. If we look, unfortunately, there's not current research on data centers, but if we look at siting decisions for other industries, tax incentives they found to influence 2 to 10%. So in the most generous case, 90% of these firms that are taking these tax incentives are not doing so because of the tax incentives they're getting. So this is billions of dollars that are subsidizing this industry that's not making their decisions. If you read the data center developer industry journals, listen to their podcasts, they talk about Texas all the time. It's number one, right? And why is it number one? It's number one because of gas infrastructure, because of ERCOT's deregulated energy market, because of cheap land, because of weak control over water resources. And so that's why they're coming to Texas. That's why they're not in Colorado, right? And so I would say that. I also just really think that it's important that counties do have real power. The reason they're forced to give out these abatements is because their hands are tied, and basic common sense things like setbacks, just turn the lights off at night, they can't do that, right? So yeah, I would say follow the research, get rid of these, not just in this industry, in all the industries, these handouts to these rich corporations. Thank you.
You know, I find it very interesting. That's why I love the committee process. We have the UT social scientist and the rancher.
And the hillbilly.
Yeah, I did not say that. The fine gentleman, rancher from West Texas, and you're in agreement. So that usually tells us that we need to sit up and pay attention.
Yes, ma'am.
I think. But anyway, so thank y'all. Thank y'all for being here. Okay. Y'all are excused. I think that's this panel. Oh, Mr. Butler, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is going to be a bit more prosaic, I think. Chairwoman Huffman and members, my name is Charles Henry Lee Butler. I'm from Parker County, Texas, and I'm testifying on my own behalf. I spent my career as a data engineer and an assessment professional in higher education, and I'm here to make a methods argument because this charge is at bottom a methods problem. The charge asks whether Texans benefit from the exemption that has grown from $14.5 million a biennium to a projected $3.3 billion. Right now, nobody can answer that. Last year, the Water Development Board's mandatory survey of data centers drew a 17% response. That survey was a census, not a sample, and 17% of a census is 83% of a missing picture. The missing picture has a reason. Meanwhile, every one of these facilities has a power meter and a water meter, and a utility company bills them every month. The data exists. The state just isn't reading its own meters. I will concede that the billing data misses a facility that generates its own power or pumps its own groundwater, which are exactly the facilities we most need to see. This committee holds the fix with no new agency and no bigger fine. The exemption is voluntary. Nobody is compelled to claim it, so make the information the price for claiming it. 3 conditions: standing consent for utilities to release billing data to the state, an annual facility report detailing power, water by source, including metered wells and cooling technology, and a comptroller assessment of verified benefits against revenue foregone, project by project. No data, no exemption. We ask this level of evidence from our educators. We can ask it from billion-dollar-a-year tax expenditure. My written testimony has the details. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thanks for your input. Senator King, you had a question.
No, I just wanted to say you're exactly right on the data. It has been hard for them to, when they don't voluntarily respond to the surveys that the Comptroller and others have tried to do, and we do need to have some kind of mandatory reporting. There are some proprietary issues, but we can protect those within the agency so they're not released to the public. For example, if you know, if they're having to release information on how much electricity or other things, those get into their market issues and all of that. So, but we can protect that proprietary. And you're right, we've got to have the data, and they need to respond to the surveys.
Yeah. Well, the data exists, and the Comptroller's office handles that type of data on behalf of other companies across the state, and there's no competition issue there. So I think there's an opportunity that we can really take there.
No, I agree. I just know that the survey that was done, I guess last year, there was less than 20% that responded to it.
Right.
And we just need that information. It's actually in their best interest too, because we really are trying to figure out the right way to do this. This has never happened before in Texas or anywhere that you've had this kind of growth in this industry. It's brand new. We've had them around for a long time, but now it's just, you know, accelerated on mega steroids. And so we're just trying to figure out the right balance of how do you, you know, what is the right balance for business versus neighboring property concerns, and for water and electricity, and how much does it really require, and because there are tremendous benefits that come from every new industry. You want your state to be in front of whatever the next big thing is.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And this is at least the combustion engine, and maybe the Industrial Revolution. Now, with the Industrial Revolution combustion engine came a lot of issues and problems that we still work through today, right?
Right.
But so we're just trying to find that balance. Nobody really knows the answers right now. That's what we're doing in this committee, and the other committees are looking at it. I think, I suspect I know the property that you're concerned about. I am very confident that if that makes it through the process that's going on at the PUC right now and at ERCOT, it's still going to be a couple of years before construction begins on that. I think that the legislature is going to take some affirmative action, I suspect, next session to address some of these local issues and concerns, as well as water and electricity and everything else. So I think we've got time to work through this. And again, we're just trying to find the right balance. And I mean, I've got a lot of good friends that are very close to that one that's going in. Ironically, the owner that's promoting that data center is a constituent also. And we're just trying to find the right balance between business and property owners' rights, and what's best for Texas as a whole, and what's going to create jobs for our kids and our grandkids and make Texas continue to be the best place.
Right. And I understand those concerns, but as I encountered at the House committee and testimony there, I believe it was Representative Buckley made the comment that, what was it? Bad study, bad data, or bad data, bad study. Well, now we've got bad data, bad build. So without the complete data to know everything that's going on with these entities, you can't make a decision with any kind of statistical validity. I'm a sociologist, so this is my job, is data and statistics. And survey research is the weakest link in that chain.
I will tell you that last session, the legislature passed what was at that time, the first, and is still the most, I think, effective guardrails for data centers coming into the state. It made sure that whatever costs were created on the grid, that those are going to be borne by the one that created those costs. It's going to make sure that we get better forecasting, so we can actually know what the demands that is on electricity, and we did not have good forecasting before now. And it made sure that if a large load is using a lot of electricity, and we run short on electricity on those, 20 or 30 extremely hot or cold periods during the year, that we can automatically curtail those loads, put them on their backup generation, and put that electricity back out into the grid. And it also did a number of other things that really are the first big step made in the entire United States to try to make sure that it wasn't the Wild West them coming in. That was a start. We've got a lot of work to do, but I will tell you that Texas has done more on this to protect the state, to protect the community, and protect the consumers, and protect our grid than any other state by any measure.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to speak and to have the exchange. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much to this group. And Mr. Browning, if you want to leave your petitions, you can bring it over to the clerk right there. Raise your hand, Stephanie. You leave them, and it'll become part of the record of this hearing. Yes, sir. All right, next group, Matt Fox, Gary Oldham, Ash Major, sorry, and Kaylin Cirillo? Not sure. Right, Matt Fox. You can go ahead. Hi.
Thank you guys so much for letting me come to speak today. Really appreciate it. My name is Matt Fox. I am a resident here in Travis County, far south Austin, representing myself. I'm here today to voice my support of ending the sales tax exemption currently offered to the data centers, not only to eliminate the projected $3.3 billion cost, but also to take a step in the right direction of adding a check to currently unchecked growth by the data center industry. But you don't see this coming. I'm a beekeeper. I'm a beekeeper here in Central Texas. I train people how to keep bees. I catch swarms. I manage apiaries in both Hays County and Travis County. Over the past year alone, myself and other Texas beekeepers have experienced a 60% die-off on our hives. It varies place to place what those reasons are, but largely here in the Central Texas area, it is a water issue. That they are not getting enough water to drink and therefore are dying at an alarming rate, a higher rate than the national average. Obviously, we're not here to talk about water stuff. So in economic terms, here in the state of Texas, within the past season, we went from producing 4 million pounds of honey a year to 2 million in a single season. 50% drop off. Think about the revenue losses there. Also, we were the 8th largest producer of honey in the country. We dropped to 14th in a single season. So we're talking like industry free fall here, right? Largely because of a water issue. And now we're going into an unchecked astronomical growth of a group that obviously is going to be using more water in a situation that's already very precarious. So I just wanted to come here to say that I do support this sales tax, revoking that exemption, because it is adding at least a step in the right direction towards a industry that I think is kind of growing unchecked. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your interesting take. Senator Colcourse.
I just want to say I'm a beekeeper, and if this was water, agriculture, and rural affairs, I always give the statement, you can't live without bees.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, not this Sunday, but the Sunday before, I actually posted my Sunday scripture about the great pollinators being bees. So thank you for what you're saying. Jimmy and I are going to harvest this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that is going to be really kind of curious is, because we did lose a hive recently, but we have we have a lake right next to us, our pond.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it's not all water that we're losing hives on, those mites and some other things, but I appreciate your passion and just to affirm we can't live without the great pollinators, the bees.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for doing it as well.
Yeah.
Yes. That's our motto, be friendly. Gary, that was a joke. Gary Oldham?
Thank you, Chairman. Gary Oldham from Round Rock. I want to speak on the nexus of data centers, tax abatements, and fire protection. I'm a member of the International Association of Fire Chiefs and the National Fire Protection Association, and I had a career in the fire service, including time as a chief officer. One data center in Ohio had 84 fires between 2021 and 2025. Another in Virginia had 7 fires in a year, all caused by lithium battery failures. But closer to home, the Sabi data center in Round Rock in 2024 experienced a second alarm fire that caused somewhere between $2 million and $11 million in damage. That fire took 14 pieces of fire apparatus, including a specialized hazmat unit, and 44 firefighters, 5 hours to control. That fire sent heavy smoke laden with carcinogens, heavy metals, and other toxins into the immediately adjacent residential neighborhood. Fire suppression water runoff from that firefighting efforts contaminated with those same deadly materials entered a storm drain and a tributary to Brushy Creek. The 44 firefighters at that scene were also exposed to all those deadly materials, and they will carry ticking time bombs inside them for the rest of their lives. Now imagine that fire, which was in a 1,000 square foot, unroofed battery storage building. Imagine that being in the primary data center building. And imagine that being in a rural community in Texas, relying upon a volunteer fire department without a robust water supply and no nearby hydrants. It can take between 1 and 2 million gallons to combat a fire in a data center primary building. If you're in an area with no fire hydrants, that means shuttling water between a reliable water supply and the fire. 1 million gallons needed to suppress a fire would mean 500 round trips for a water tender carrying 2,000 gallons of water at a time. A department with minimal staffing and underfunded, as many of our volunteer fire departments are, cannot be expected to manage the data center fire risk in their community. Tax abatements need to go so we can adequately fund the fire service in Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Oldham. Thanks for your input. Ash Major?
Hi, I'm Ash Major. Thank you for having me. We need to stop tax abatements to data centers as they continue to pop up and receive benefits with little to no return. That return usually being the benevolence of a multi-trillion-dollar company of a measly couple $1,000s to our volunteer fire departments, strained sheriff departments, or food pantries, which is yet another opportunity for them to receive a charitable tax deduction. The state doesn't have rural interest at heart. Local citizens know what's best for us as we pursue and lead our lives based on our needs and wants. Data centers have the money to pay for their interest and expansion much better than individual citizens do. When you speak of your hesitancy to expand government while simultaneously expanding corporate greed and wealth, as a citizen, I feel scammed. We pay for subsidies for their wealth expansion as they consume our natural resources and exploit our affordable land. We live in rural areas because we seek freedom and peace. We understand that they choose unincorporated areas because of lack of guardrails and local power. We deserve the right to elect local officials that have the power to ensure our interests are considered and enacted. We have to drive 8 hours from Amarillo for just the possibility to be heard by our state powers, and that's not good enough.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Kaylin Cirillo? Go ahead.
All right, so my name is Caitlin Cirillo, and I am from Smith County to represent rural America. The data center industry is an explorative industry that would force our small town of 18,000 people to plummet. Holding these data centers accountable with tax abatements and forcing them to invest in our town rather than just hand out here's and there's to our local food pantries and things like that, while them being a billion-dollar industry is essential. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
As these industries come to a head, I'm just asking to hold them accountable for our town and its responsibility for our safety. Our fire department is completely voluntary-based. We have different infrastructures in place that will help protect us from catastrophic events. A dwindling police force is a concern as wind, solar. Sorry. I was like, sorry.
Tell her take her time.
And data centers come in. This data center is going to take over 7,000 acres of our county alone. Using the Santa Rosa Aquifer as a primary source for cooling is a significant concern. Us as a community, how are we supposed to survive being a lower working class Americans living paycheck to paycheck? All we're asking for is to hold them accountable and investing in our town so we as a community can grow and prosper at the end of the day. Thank you.
Good testimony. What county do you live in?
Smith County.
Smith, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's your senator? Do you know who your state senator is? I don't know.
No, I don't. And Smith, I'm
think it's
45 minutes from Amarillo, if that helps.
Oh, that's probably Charles Perry. Oh, Sparks? Oh, Sparks.
Yes.
Yeah, he's not on this committee.
Yes.
But we'll make sure he knows you're concerned.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Okay, I think that's everybody on this panel. Thank you so much. Y'all are excused. I didn't skip anyone, did I? All right, next group, Tiffany Rials. I think that's your name. Gage Barone, Kerr Ward Law, and Marina Perrin. Tiffany Royals, Gage Brown, Kerr Wardlaw and Marina Parrott. What is your name, ma'am?
Tiffany Riles.
Go ahead, Tiffany.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Riles. I'm from Amarillo. I live in Randall County. And I also am here today because I live 12 miles away from what is proposed to be the world's largest data center, which is disgusting. When you think of, we live in a drought-stricken area. It's 104 degrees there. We live in a permanent burn ban. We've got less than half an inch of rain. We recently had a wildfire. It took 52 homes, 52 families, lost everything. So I've watched these data centers pop up around Texas like zits, and I'm sick of it. I'm beyond bewildered to read about the tax exemption these corporations are given. Taxpayers are essentially being asked to hand over our precious resources. We don't water our lawns. There's no such thing as like keeping things cool. While these companies pay nothing back into our local tax base. Fermi, or Matador, in their proposed tax abatement, they will receive 100% tax exemption for 10 years of each phase of development, and there are 15 phases. That could be 150 years. How does that make any sense? I'm asking you today to deny any and all tax abatements for data centers. And furthermore, I urge you to put pressure on Governor Abbott to place a moratorium on new data center approvals or the existing ones until Texas has a real strategic plan. I can't comprehend how there's already 300 and so many, and there's 248. Where is the planning on this? I want to protect our land. I want to protect our water, our power grid. Please put Texans first.
All right, thank you. Let's see. You were from Amarillo, is that right?
Yes.
You were? Yes.
Yes, I'm from Amarillo.
Yes, okay.
Rounding County.
Gage Brown?
Yes, over here.
Go ahead.
I'm going to talk fast, but my name is Gage Brown. I'm from Kinney County. I'm a community organizer in Kinney, Valverde, Maverick, and Uvalde. And I have a prepared statement. So my family, I grew up in a ranching family of 5th generation and counting. And growing up on a ranch taught me that land, water, and wildlife are not dead things to use and abuse. They're an extension of me and you, and unlike AI, we cannot live without them. It sounds to me like some of y'all don't understand that. My job as a community organizer is to help rural people build power and exercise it, not for political parties or candidates, but for themselves, so they can resolve the issues that they struggle with daily, like lack of health care, failing public schools, and lack of running water infrastructure, among a list of other preventable problems. We're already fitting for ourselves where the state has failed us. And we're talking about all of these billions of dollars in tax revenue that AI data centers bring in. Well, if we can't count on the state to even allocate our tax revenue properly to where we're having our public schools close or having to cut pre-K, then why do we even want this money? So on top of all of this, now we're facing an inundation of solar farms, data centers, and most urgently, an extreme high voltage transmission line that is set to tear through working ranches and farms, as well as colonias where low-income people have carved out a humble space to live. Industry proponents swear they're on our side, that they will bring jobs and prosperity to our communities in Texas at large. Well, rural people aren't stupid, and we don't buy it. We don't need data center companies to improve their PR. We all know what we want, and it's for these predatory industries to stay the hell out of our communities. We know that this push for data centers at the federal and state level is not about bettering the lives of ordinary people. It is to line the pockets of tech oligarchs who have already hijacked our democracy, so they can in turn line the pockets of the politicians who do their bidding.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your input. Kerr Wardlaw?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you, and Senators, thank you for being here. Senator Flores, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. Senator Hall, you can send your regards to your son-in-law because I'm County Commissioner, Precinct 1, Valverde County. Name's Kerr Wardlaw. And I'm a Texas peace officer, worked for Texas Parks and Wildlife. I've spent my whole life protecting natural resources in Valverde County. I'm a lifelong rancher. The ranch that we're on now is 142 years old, but they were ranching in Gonzales before that since the 1840s. I'm concerned for my county. I'm concerned for my constituents and their property rights. How far can your property rights on one side of the fence overreach onto my property rights? Just like a solar farm, panels should not go up to the fence line and ruin that grass for the use of wildlife and agricultural grazing animals on the other side of the fence. You should eat that in your property when you put in the solar farms on your property. So how much country does a data center need to not invade your property with light, pollution, and sound? 1,000 acres? 10,000 acres, and you have to put it in the center of your 10,000 acres. That way your property rights for your 10,000 acres aren't encroaching on mine on the other side of the fence. People aren't thinking about that. They want to do what's right for their property rights. Property rights are being practiced in the opposite direction. What about mine on my side and what you're doing over on your side? So the ecotourism is a huge part of Val Verde County. We are an international dark sky sanctuary. And Senator Colkers, what you were talking about with the glow is true. When I was in high school, there was no glow from the lights. And now you can see the glow of Del Rio from the lights. So the data center is going to be even worse. And for getting rid of any tax abatements, I don't give tax abatements as a county commissioner in Val Verde County. Our court never has. And I appreciate the same from you all.
Thank you, sir. Marina Perrin?
Yes. Good afternoon, members of committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Marina Perrin. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at Oppo Venture. Oppo Venture is a Swiss.
Yeah, can you speak a little louder? I think they're having a hard time.
Is it better?
That's better. Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
Yes. Yes, I am representing Oppo Venture. Oppo Venture is a Swiss-based company. We deploy liquid cooling technologies for data centers. As Texas to continue investing in data centers, our emerging solution can deliver measurable and long-term efficiency to sustainable growth. Immersion cooling technology offers an opportunity to significantly reduce energy consumption, improve computing performance, lower operating costs, and support the expanding demand for the AI today. In traditional air cooling data centers, half of the generated electricity is wasted to cool the buildings. That standard approach wasted millions of gallons of water today and energy. Immersion cooling does not require any water, zero water consumption, 80% of energy reduction. When compared to the current standards, servers are submerged in non-conductive, non-flammable, non-toxic fluid. No chillers required, no fans, no water towers. We would like to partner up with anyone who is building data centers in Texas to put this technology to work. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We're finished with this panel. Thank you very much. Y'all are excused, all of you, for your participation. I don't know where that came from. Next group, Troy Jones, Carla Lindley. Yeah. Shane Shepard or Shane Shepard and Kelsey Lang. I honestly don't know where it's coming from. Okay. All right, Mr. Jones, Troy, you can go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Troy Jones. I'm from Lamar County. I drove down here 300 miles today to listen and to testify.
Thank you for being here.
And we've got to put a pause on these data centers until we can figure out about everything there is to know about them, like the water, the tax abatements, because if they're billion-dollar corporations, they don't need the tax abatements because they can afford to come if they want to. And then I've studied on some of these other areas, because Lamar County, we have plenty of water right now, but like the one in Amarillo, the Matagorda, Lake Meredith is at 43% capacity right now, and they've got the Oliga Aquifer, and the farmers are, the residents are in water restrictions, and they're wanting to bring this data center out there and take up even more water. And we've just got to put a pause to this and just study and figure out what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Carla Lindley. Go ahead, Carla.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carla Lindley. I'm from a family ranch west of San Angelo, that is District 31, west of Dove Creek Community, and west of a family recreational area known as Foster Park. Our ranch has draws and tributaries that feed a small river called Spring Creek. It is the heart of Merton. It is the heart of Dove Creek Community and that family park. An international company, Beacon Industries, is slated to mow over 1,200 acres across the rural small highway opposite this family park. They will industrialize both sides of this Spring Creek River, devastating the wildlife habitat and agricultural lands with a placement over 200 plus gas engines and a large gas pipeline. There will be a coexisting area with generating their own power. It is an AI data center. They have secured the water rights to the creek, and they will also drill for groundwater. The infrastructure doesn't exist to support this industrialization. Rural fire protection, as others have already said, it's not there. We're rural volunteer fire departments. There's a lack of water, roads, physical security. It is great for you to consider funding these rural firefighting organizations, but there's not enough money you can throw at this to get these guys ready. We have done our part in West Texas. You fly over, you see our oil fields, you see how we have ranched and we have farmed and we have supported the hunting industry working alongside the oil field. We don't need these data centers. They are going to only do damage to our agricultural lands. Thank you for being here and for allowing this. It has been so helpful and informative.
Good. We're glad you think so, Ms. Lindley, and thank you for being here and coming such a long way. All right, Mr. Shepherd.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Shane Shepherd. I'm the Director of Economic Development in Lancaster, Texas, which is a town of 42,000 people in southern Dallas County with about $1.3 billion worth of data centers in our pipeline. I'm here to address one provision of the large data center exemption in Tax Code Section 1513595, the exemption of local sales and use tax. I ask that the local portion be applied or made a local option. Cities invest in projects through infrastructure, incentives, workforce partnerships, and local sales tax as part of how that investment returns to the community. For instance, in Lancaster, half a cent of our sales tax, of our local sales tax, is voter dedicated to parks, and a quarter cent reduces our residents' property tax burden. When the local portion is exempted from statute, that return is lost. A local option preserves competitiveness. Communities that want to offer the exemption still can through a Chapter 380 agreement. Communities that prefer to retain the revenue they have that choice. And communities that don't wish to host data centers simply would not offer that incentive. We believe that the industry itself anticipated this. Several of our own Chapter 380 agreements with data centers specifically call out a half-cent sales tax reduction. Companies negotiated for local sales tax relief deal by deal, which is exactly how we believe it should work. I'd pair this with one narrow technical fix, and I want to be clear about it. Its limits. This is not a request to revisit the Texas sales tax sourcing laws generally. It would apply only to qualifying data center equipment under this exemption, sourcing that equipment for local sales tax purposes to the location of the data center, so whatever taxes due reaches the community that is hosting the facility. Nothing else about sourcing would change. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
Jane, how are you doing? I think Senator King was talking about that earlier today. And so the site that's hosting it should receive the sales tax if we're going to continue this. That's what you're saying, right?
We believe that should be, yes, sir.
Okay, I'll see you back home.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Senator West. All right, Kelsey Lang.
Yes, hello. My name is Kelsey Lang, and I live in Caldwell County. Currently in Caldwell County, we have 5 developers that are developing data centers, and it is going to be anywhere from 18 to 25 buildings. It might be confusing that I cannot tell you how many buildings there are, but that's because we have had such limited transparency into this process that it has been very difficult to understand the total impact to our community. However, we are aware that if these are all built to full capacity, they will take more power than New York City. I don't need to tell you that Caldwell County is not New York City. Surprise. So we cannot actually afford this. There has been some talk about tax abatements. I realize that this is for the sales tax, which I am against giving, sales tax abatements to these companies. But I did want to give an example of a tax abatement that is currently being given to one of these developers. So this developer it actually has a pilot program where they will pay 40% of their taxes, but it will be 100% tax abatement for those 10 years. Our county will lose out on $11 million for those 10 years. So 100 and, I don't know, I can't do math off the top of my head, but that's a lot of money. That's about, I believe our county right now gets about 95 million in taxes per year. So that would be about 10% of our taxes. So to have them also get a sales tax exemption above that, we're just leaving so much when they're bringing very little value to our communities past the construction phase. We as a community are getting so little in return. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. This panel is excused. And we'll call up the last panel. Linda Pauley, Miriam Cobb, Dr. Gabriela Cronis, not sure, and Sue Davis. Can you come up and have a seat on either side wherever you see a free seat? Okay, are you Linda?
I'm Gabriela.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and committee members for the opportunity to address you all. My name is Dr. Gabriela Cronis. I hold a PhD in computational linguistics from UT Austin, and I'm speaking as an Austin resident representing myself. Since 2013, I've done research on the foundational machine learning architectures that underpin the current AI spring. It's my professional opinion that billions of dollars in tax abatements will be detrimental to not only Texas residents, but economic development as well, by further consolidating control of the industry in the hands of a very few big tech companies that already hold quasi-monopolies over data infrastructure. This consolidation of power discourages open AI research and the economic diversity that is required for a healthy economy. Right now, more and more companies are dropping out of frontier AI research simply because they cannot afford it because it is not yet profitable. The firms that are being chosen by hyperscalers, OpenAI, Anthropic, are part of a very limited number of companies, right? So the major hyperscaler companies, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, they have about 64% of the global market share in cloud compute. And they're looking to consolidate and expand their share of the market, and to do so by picking the horse that will win the race, right? They're not investing broadly in a large number of companies. They're trying to pick the one company that will then be forced to run all of its requests through their servers. So this is detrimental for competition. I'm happy to speak more.
Well, thank you very, very much for giving us an interesting perspective that we hadn't heard before. Thank you so much. Sue Davis? Yep, Senator West, go ahead.
Very interesting perspective.
Thank you, Senator.
Is it based on research, or what is your perspective based on?
Yes, so my research, as well as broad reading about the sort of current state. I mean, it's hard to keep track because things are happening so quickly, but there are a few authors that are consolidating a lot of information. Some of my the figures that I've shared come from actually this book by Nick Smirnicek, which just came out in 2025, called Silicon Empires. There's an audiobook if you're busy and want to listen to it. Karen Howe writes a book called Empire of AI that focuses more on data centers. But there's more and more research available out there on how this economy is taking shape.
What I heard you say is that the hyperscalers are kind of consolidating all of the data centers in order to control exactly what systems are being utilized in order to get the information.
Yes, so right now, let's see, OpenAI, for example, I think gets about 30% of its investment comes from it's OpenAI and Microsoft that have their partnership. About 90% of their investment comes from big tech companies. So the investment right now, the demand for AI is currently being manufactured by the hyperscalers who are seeking customers for their compute centers. So that the demand that we saw outside on the front steps today is not for lower latency times on cell phones, right? The demand is for sovereignty over land, water, and power for rural Texans. So we have to ask, where is that demand coming from? And right now it's coming from above. It's being manufactured from above rather than coming from below.
Wow.
When you say manufactured from above, what just explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, so
in layman's terms.
I'd be happy to, if you'd give me a moment to find a passage.
That's okay.
From this book.
Just thank you for your insight. I mean, it's interesting, but yeah.
Yeah.
Senator Colcourse, yeah. I think we're going to have to digest what you're saying.
I didn't go there today, but I mean, some of the fear that's out there is not just water, electricity, light pollution, and sound pollution. It is also what this grid being built out is potentially going to be used for.
Yes.
And I followed this stuff pretty closely. And whether it's central digital bank currency or flock cameras or so many different things that, and correct me if I'm wrong, part of the fear is that there is going to be such a grid build out that every one of our movements, everything in our lives is going to be controlled. And I, for one, am a constitutionalist that love the liberties of the United States of America. I am horrified with what I see going on in some of the European countries, certainly the communist countries of China, and how they can just turn on and turn off your bank accounts, and they can control your behavior. So I think there is, while again, very eloquently stated by many of us, I shared it, light, sound, water, and electrical usage and pollution, there is also that fear. Am I right on that?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Senator, absolutely. I believe that the tax abatements as they stand would further consolidate power, and it's this centralization of our data, of surveillance, right, in the hands of a very few companies that I think puts us in danger of something more like these situations where you describe, as opposed to the power of this new technology being in the hands of U.S. citizens and the people who stand to benefit from it.
Hence the want to build out in America and not have it offshored, right? I mean, we've had pharmaceutical discussions when we offshore the manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, and there's a, whatever 2020 was, a pandemic, the lack of pharmaceuticals and different things. As Chair of Health and Human Services studied that. But so having data centers here is okay. It's our policy that we really have to focus on and make sure that this build out is not to imprison us, but to enhance our quality of life with cancer cures and different things like that, but not to imprison us, that in the hands of the wrong people we are imprisoned and our bank accounts can be frozen like in China and other communist countries, and that our movements are continually monitored. So I went there and that's the facts.
Senator West?
And I'm not trying to be political on this, but this is frankly the first time I've had a real opportunity to kind of sit down and listen to different perspectives concerning this. I think most of us feel the same way. And the question is whether this legislative body needs to focus with laser certainty on this issue without a bunch of distractions otherwise. And again, I'm not trying to be political about this, but the question is whether or not we need to have a special session where all of us are focusing in on this. We do. Because of some of the things that you've just said a few minutes ago. We had better look at some of the things on both sides of this issue. Amen. To make certain that we're not becoming imprisoned. I like the way you put that. The technology and those that control technology.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, you've gotten some good discussion going here. Thank you very much, Doctor. We appreciate your input. Yes. Sue Davis.
I feel like y'all probably already read my or heard my speech. But my name is Sue Ellen Davis, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm from Angleton, Texas, and I've spoken to the Brazoria County Commissioners, and they have asked for more jurisdiction over our county. When I spoke at county level, I mentioned many of the topics that we are all speaking about today. Moratorium, no tax abatements, infrastructure, fire. I spoke about it all. Warning issues from the UN. But today I decided to speak from the heart. Are we in the Wild Wild West? Because it feels like it. Last I checked, there are a few things that each and every one of you need to consider as you represent the people. I'm not going to read you the first paragraph of the Constitution, or, I'm not going to read it to you because I know that you know it, right? I'm not going to read you the Fourth Amendment. But why are our elected officials working on behalf of big tech instead of we the people? The end result of many of these mega data centers is unconstitutional and will kill many living things. Yet many of our elected officials give them tax breaks and roll out the red carpet because of money. We need to stop accommodating the destruction of our precious resources and stand for technology to stop progressing. We the people did not vote for, ask for, nor do we need robots, surveillance vehicles, and cars that drive themselves, nor do we the people accept a digital ID. If you think all these proposed new mega data centers are for social media, Netflix, the clouds, and dancing puppies, you're wrong. We did just fine for years without it.
Thank you. That's a good.
I'm not finished, but
I know it's hard to enforce the time, but I have to do
Yeah.
it. So thank you, and I don't see any questions. Thank you. We have two more people, but I don't think they're here. Linda Polly. Linda, are you here? Linda Polly? No. And Miriam Cobb? All right, no answer. Okay, members, that concludes our public testimony. Is there anyone who planned to testify that didn't call their name or didn't get their card? Yes, ma'am. Did you fill out a card? Yes, you can come testify and then make sure you get a card to the clerk. Yeah, I don't want to cut you off, but you get 2 minutes, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, go for it. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Huffman, members of the committee. I think Senator Hinojosa walked out. My name is Denise Palacios. I'm from the Rio Grande Valley, and I'm the Texas State Lead for Climate Cabinet. Thank you for taking the time to discuss and review data center tax incentives. As previously cited by Texas Tribune, Texas will lose out on $3.2 billion in sales tax revenue over the next 2 years, thanks to an exemption for the state's booming data center industry, according to Comptroller's office. In the past few months, over 450 data centers have announced plans to establish themselves in Texas. A growing body of research suggests that most tax incentives are unnecessary to attract data center investment. For example, a state audit in Georgia found that approximately 70% of data center projects would have been built even without the sales tax exemption. While our state provides billions in hefty sales tax exemptions, residents in Brownsville, Texas struggle to pay property tax evaluations that have increased by 400%. 400%. These are families that are already struggling with rising gas prices, groceries, insurance costs, and forced improvements due to constant disasters. Tax relief should be experienced by everyday Texans, not unregulated, multi-million-dollar tech industries. Those billions in sales tax revenue could be redirected to provide property tax relief for Texans, upgrades to public schools, or even a $500 million investment towards disaster mitigation and recovery, as advocated for by Sandy Creek Central residents. If left unregulated, data centers will continue to pose a massive risk to public health, the environment, and our state finances. Lawmakers in Virginia, Oklahoma, Michigan, Illinois, Georgia, Ohio, Arizona, and Florida are proposing state moratoriums and repeals on incentives for data centers following billions of dollars in unexpected losses, unmitigated electricity demands, and excessive water usage. I hope that the Texas legislature learns from the mistakes of other states and aligns with public sentiment expressed here today to prevent future state losses by repealing tax incentives for data centers.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And please make sure you get a card to the clerk so that
Yes,
we can
ma'am.
have
I
it
will.
for the records. All right. Thank you all very much. That's all the cards I have. Everyone's testified, so we will close public testimony on the interim charge on data center investment and state fiscal effects. Clearly, it's been a good discussion. I'm sure other committees will pick this up, and we'll be talking about it as we proceed in January. All right, now we have other charges, members. We're gonna, next on our agenda will be examining crime victims' compensation and assistance funds. Specifically, this committee is directed